All right. Hello? Hi there. Welcome. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. How's it going? Hey, Shark Jumping Walrus. Hey, Neon the Cartoon. Hey, Coden. Hey, Ruby. How's it going, Editor? Hey, Skello. Hey, Costar. Twisted Myth. Hey, Chrissy. Visdom stream on my birthday. It's my lucky day. Hey, Terry. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome to a different kind of stream, I guess. I just noticed Azzy. Yep. Welcome to the Toxic Lounge. All of this was created by the wonderful Tiny Packy, aka Azazel, including the new model and the background that you see here. This is actually awesome. Thank you, Static Ghost. So, the Sans Head Crystal Vodka, yes. We put a ton of effort into making this work. Oh my god, Assy is wasted. Let's continue saying hi to everyone that came in. It looks amazing. Thank you, Neon the Cartoon. Thank you, Selen. She did actually a great job at it. Thank you. Thank you, Selen. How's it going, Metal Rose? Neon Crow. Hi, Phil. Nice setup. Thank you. Hey, Fussy Goon. Banana Boy. Meredith. Goopy Goopsta. Oh, you're swaying back and forth. Yeah, it's a new feature of the program that I'm using. Hey, Just a Shadow. Non-creative. Turtle King. Hello, Phil. Hello there. Hey, Purple Tangerine. A whole new model? This is officially my favorite model. Well, it's not a whole new one. It literally only has this emotion. Because this is not a stream to play video games or do funny haha stuff. Background looks great. I want it as a wallpaper. I mean, if Azazel was watching the stream, I wouldn't mind her releasing this. She did a great job at it. Is this a new emotion? I'm not quite sure. I just wanted a different colored Fi. Something that's green combined with a little bit of blue. Something that's like peaceful, I guess. It's like greenish, cyan, teal. I guess you could call it a new emotion. Hey Phil, very nice model. Thank you. Light Shamrock. That might be a good color for it, yes. The Vibe emotion. This is chill vibes. Chill vibes. So, if you haven't been on the past few streams, you might wonder what this actually is. Well, everyone's saying, yo, love the vibe of this scene. Thank you. Thank you, Right Toast. If you haven't been here for the past few days or weeks, welcome. Welcome to Chill Reading. In this stream, this is an experimental stream. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing more of these, but the main conceit of this is that we're just going to be relaxing. There's not going to be any screaming. There's not going to be any yelling or funny moments. This is just going to be a time for me to read some whatever stuff people want me to read. I want to start with some creepypastas because I still love horror, obviously. And I figured I might as well. Oh damn, I love the setup and enjoy the dapper look. Having watched past stress videos on Jeff, I hope you enjoy. Thank you, Alex. Maybe at the end of the year we could do it again. It depends on how the stream goes, if people like it or not. This is not an ASMR stream. This is a chill stream. This is for someone to put in the background and just draw or sleep to, or in general just chill. Because, gotta be honest, the past few months have not been kind to a lot of people here in the cesspit. Or in the world in general. I've noticed that a lot of people have been really high-strung lately. They've been very worried for the future and how their life is going to go. And I get that. Especially if you're going through college or, like, you're a young adult that is, like, just trying to figure themselves out. The world is probably really scary for you. You see a lot of bad news on social media or on the TV, and you worry if you're even going to be alive by next year. So, I wanted to not provide a solution, but just provide a moment where people can just forget about all of that and just relax, you know? Will you be reading or listening to Postress Remake? I will be reading. This whole thing is reading. You know how you guys motivated me to actually start finishing games for the channel? How this entire channel was about me catching up with games that I love, that I procrastinated on finishing for a long time? Well, I haven't been in the mood to read something since I was in fucking high school, you know? So, maybe this channel can also help me, you know, become a more avid reader, I guess. Thank you, Jessa, for the 8 months. Both my free samples and my hoodie are on the way. I can't wait. Hell yeah. Some people have been saying that their Cesspit hoodies are on the way. I would love to see them. If you go into Blue Sky, #FiMerch, I would love to check that out if you've received it lately. I hope my hoodies ship soon. It should be around the Christmas time that you should be receiving them. But yeah, they're on the way. They have been manufactured. Phil's audiobook career has begun. I'm not gonna be straight up reading all of this without any commentary. I specifically chose Jeff the Killer as, like, the thing that we're gonna be reading today because, one, I love creepypastas, and it's been a while since I've read a good creepypasta, so I want to check out how one of the most famous ones holds up today. And also because a friend of mine, Zachary, has been did a whole video about their own rewrite of the Jeff the Killer creepypasta. So, I have 3 things to read for you today. I have the original Jeff the Killer, released in 2012. I have Jeff the Killer Reboot, released around 2018-2015. And I have Postra's own Jeff the Killer rewrite, that was released in July of this year. Obviously, I got permission from Postra to read this in front of y'all, and if you want to read them out with, you know, their own take on the material, you can watch their own reading of it on their own YouTube channel. My pins just arrived. I'm loving them so far. Hell yeah, Sharptooth. Static Ghost says, much love to chat. I might actually knock out to this. Had an insane early day at work. Hell yeah. Haven't been to a stream lately. How's it going? Hey, Barely Grover. You kinda joined for a late, for a unique stream. I promise this is not what the channel has been turned into. This is an experimental stream where we just chill around, read something, and have people just, I don't know, relax to this, I guess. What if Phil just breaks out laughing at the OG Jeff story? So here's the thing. Addy, listen to me. I've been training. I promise I've been training to do this. I promise you that I'm not gonna laugh really hard. I've been training my indoor voice in, you know? So if I laugh at something, I'll try to hold it in, you know? I'm not... you know how I work, right? If I get super into it and I start laughing uncontrollably, I'll probably mute my mic a little bit, because I don't want people to, you know, use this as a sleeping aid and suddenly, like, they are woken up by me laughing uproariously at something. This is not, once again, this is not an ASMR channel, this is not going to be an ASMR stream, but I also just don't want it to. I don't want it to ruin it for people if they are actually looking to get relaxed because of the stream, you know? Fast Bear King has been a member for 1 month and says, "This is going to be some good stuff, thank you." And Levente super chats and says, "Just became a member. Greetings from the Balkans." Interesting. And Foster donates $5 and says, "My cat has fallen asleep already to your stream, Phil." Hell yeah. Look, I have also disabled notification sounds as well, so if anyone is going to donate $500 to, like, wake everyone up with a really loud donation sound, I'm sorry to tell you, that ain't gonna happen. I've disabled all of them for this stream, so people are not gonna be able to interrupt with anything. Is the scheduled stream chat going to stay open? No. That I need to re-enable, like, hide them and re-enable them every week. Tarkat says, "Well, 'tis to enjoy this while playing Slime Rancher." Thank you. Wispy Echo says, "I'm currently out getting some rainbow-themed boots, since my family wants me to be subtle about my queerness in America, so I'm excited for something chill to listen to on my way home." Thank you. Chill vibes for cooking. Yep, whatever you want, really. Falling asleep, cooking, drawing, just anything, really. I'm also not really used to reading much, by the way. I did some practice, like I said. I did some practice a few days ago to make sure that I wouldn't burst out laughing or do some really loud noise that would startle people. But if I slur over my words or I get really tired, I do apologize for that. This is an experiment, you know? An experiment. If this doesn't work out or people don't end up liking it, we can just move on and continue as we were doing. But if you do end up liking this format, you can always leave a suggestion in the comments of the VOD for whatever you would like me to read next. I know for sure that I will read more creepypastas if this does work out. There were some very funny suggestions from people on Twitter, on Blue Sky, and on the community tab for what stuff I should read, and I have a collection of creepypastas that I would like to cover, I guess. Dead Bart, Happy Appy, I think it was called. That one was, like, really long. You can finally read Boraska. Don't remember what that is, Neon. I found a Blue Sky account that just posts pictures of bodega cats. Best page ever. I'm very glad that Blue Sky is, like, actually blowing up and people are actually using it. You have no idea how thankful I am for that. Wispy Echo asks, "Actually, quick question for Toxic Sonus. Are they able to drink water? How are they able to drink alcohol?" They can't submerge themselves in water, and water by itself would usually not be very nutritious for them. But as long as they don't dip their entire bodies in the stuff, they should be fine. Lugigi donates and says, "Glad to see Phil finally learned how to read." Fuck you. Someone super chats and says, I think the name is called Alexa? I'm just gonna call you Alexa. Actually, kinda perfect vibe. It's a rainy night for me, no thunder or lightning, so I'm kinda in the mood for a reading stream. Thank you. And welcome back, Acid Droid, to the Toxins Has Been. Nano Abyss says, is Blue Sky actually okay? I'm very skeptical at the moment. It is better than Twitter, in my opinion. Like, yeah, sure, people might be a little bit scared of, like, leaving a platform and going to another one, and the transition is never perfect. Everyone knows that. But once you're actually there and follow the people that you're actually interested in, I think it's just objectively better. There's no algorithm to contend with. The following page just gives you what you want, and since I have a very curated timeline personally, it's been just an objectively better experience. I suggested NES Godzilla. Yeah, I do have that on the list. It's so much calmer, yeah. In Blue Sky, you're not gonna get any, like, rage bait that is going to force you into staying on the platform just because you're scared that you're gonna miss out on something. But yeah. That should cover the initial Let's Talk portion of the stream, just as usual. Hopefully everyone, again, likes the new setup. Also, by the way, you can call me Sasho. It's a Bulgarian nickname for Alex. Alright, Sasho, I'll take you up on that. Reading time? Yes. So, as you might notice from the top left of the screen that we have right now, we have the Jeff the Killer original creepypasta. We have Jeff the Killer reboot. Not sure about the quality of this one. And we got Pastra's own Jeff the Killer with... This one is long. I don't know if you can see this. No, you don't have to see it. This is not a stream where, like, you watch stuff. This is a stream where you put on the background. But if you are watching the screen right now, this is a long boy. So we are going to be here most of the time reading the Jeff the Killer that Sack has prepared for us. But as an appetizer, we're going to cover the first two Jeff the Killers. And if I laugh or think that something is stupid, well, I'll just have to hold it in for that one. Maybe we can also talk in the middle, like if we have to pause, we can talk about our thoughts on this. Who knows, who knows, who knows. Alright. So let's begin now with Jeff the Killer, released on August 12th, 2012. Not really sure what the original author for this creepypasta is. Estimated time, 23 minutes. Banger atmosphere, thank you, Soda Lighter. Speaking of which, I should probably bring in the creepypasta music that everyone loves. There we go. Clearing up my throat. Jeff the Killer. Excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer is still at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells a story. Oh boy, this is gonna be stupid. I had a bad dream and I woke up in the middle of the night, says the boy. I saw that for some reason, the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. Oh no. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of lights, illuminating from between my curtains, were a pair of eyes. These weren't regular eyes. They were advanced eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth. A long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way only a madman could speak. He said, "Go to sleep." Okay. I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped onto the bed. I fought him back, kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off of me. That's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like a glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house. It was broken. I looked out to see him vanished into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes and that psychotic smile. They will never leave my head. I like this idea of like the child like waking up and like 2 minutes pass and the police is already at the door. Like they somehow called the police in the middle of all this. Apparently police in this universe are very fast. Police are still on the look for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description of this story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family had just moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work. They thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Liu couldn't complain though. A new, better house? What's not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of the neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son." She turns around and calls her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, and this is my husband Peter and my two sons, Jeff and Liu." They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. When Jeff and his family were done packing, Jeff went up to his room, to his mom. "Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff, my name Jeff," said his mother. "We just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now, we're going to that party, and that's final." Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. "Fuck you, Mom." Whenever his mom said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there, looking at his ceiling, when suddenly, he got a weird feeling. Not so much pain, but a weird feeling. You guys like it when you get a weird feeling? It's very weird. He dismissed it as just some random weird feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school. As he sat there, eating his breakfast, he once again got that weird feeling. This time it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but once again, he dismissed that weird feeling. As he and Liu finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there, waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. Hey, what the hell? The kid landed and turned back to them, like some kind of Tony Hawk character. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hands. Oh shit, this guy's cool. Oh my god, he's such a cool 90s kid. The kid seems to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, well, well. It looks like we got some new meat. Really? A 12-year-old would say that? Really? 12? Come on. We got some new meats. Suddenly, 2 other kids appeared. One was super skinny, and the other was huge. This is like your typical, 90s bully ensemble, you know? Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith. Jeff and Liu looked over the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. Oh my god. And he's Troy. They looked over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. Oh my god, Jeff the Killer is fat-phobic? Oh my god. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. Oh my god, Jeff, calm down. And I, said the first kid, I'm Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there is a small price for a bus fare, if you catch my drift. You're a mafia, protection? You're running a mafia protection scheme? Liu stood up, ready to punch the lights out of the kid's eyes, when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. I had hoped that you would be more cooperative, but it seems we must do this the hard way. These kids are just watching Die Hard and other action movies and pretending to be evil mafia people. The kid walked up to Liu and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. That weird, weird feeling. Now, it was truly strong. A burning sensation. He stood up, but Liu gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet, or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his knife. Oh? What will you do? Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Oh my god, what a badass. What a badass 11-year-old, oh my god. Randy screamed, and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach, and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Liu could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. "Oh my god, he's so cool!" "Jeff, how'd you?" was all he said. They saw the bus coming and knew that they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Randy and the others. As Jeff and Liu made it to school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Liu just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was. The urge to just hurt someone. Ooh! I can't believe it. He's got that murder lust in him. That 11-year-old is so edgy. Oh my god. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that weird feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school. Even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop, and how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore, he felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was, and he said, in a somewhat ominous tone, "It was a wonderful day." Ooh. Next morning, he heard a knock at his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids. That it wasn't regular fighting, it was advanced fighting. And that they were stabbed. Stabbed, son!" Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. "Mom, they were the ones who pulled knives on me and Liu." "Son," said one of the cops, "we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now, what does this tell us?" Jeff knew it was no use. No use! He could say him and Liu had been attacked, but then there was no proof of it. There was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because the truth be told, they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Liu. "Son, call down your brother." Jeff couldn't do it since it was he who beat up all the kids. "Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Liu tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me." "He could not stop me from beating the shit out of those 90s bullies." The cop looked at his partner, and they both nod. "Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie." "Really?" "Wait," says Liu. They all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Liu. "It's a kid, what the hell? What are you doing? Cop, what the hell? Cops? What are you doing? Stop that." "It was me. I beat up those little punks. I have the marks to prove it." He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he wasn't a struggle. "What?" "Son, just put the knife down," said the officer. Liu held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. "No, Liu! It was me! I did it!" Jeff had tears running down his face. "Huh. Poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away." I like this Liu person is like the most selfless 11-year-old ever. Keep in mind, these people are these kids are still 11. 11. The police led Liu out out to the patrol car. Liu, tell them it was me. Tell them. I was the one who beat up those kids. Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please. You don't have to lie. We know it's Liu. Fuck Liu. I don't even like Liu. You can stop. Man, the mother doesn't care about Liu at all, huh? Yes, my son Jeff and his brother Liu. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Liu inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. Nothing, like... They just, like, arrest the kid and just send them to juvie, like the parents are not gonna get any blame. You know, they're like 11 years old, right? Like, you're supposed to be their guardians, you're not gonna walk over to the police station with them or anything? No? Nothing? Okay. Fuck Liu, I guess. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Liu when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by with no word from Liu at juvie, no friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woken up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened up the curtains and let light flood into his room. What? What's today? Asked Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party! He was now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now, get dressed. Jeff's mother does not give a single shit about her other son. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why they would ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party. Son, is that all you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mom. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him and hid it with a smile. Now, Jeff, don't be a sassy bitch. We may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression. It's just a random kid's birthday party. You're gonna look like a fool. What the hell? Said his father. Jeff grunted and went back up to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Just pick something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for a special occasion and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looked around and found only striped and patterned shirts. You know, like in Undertale when you have like the regular kid like dresses, like they're always striped. Like every single human in Undertale is like a striped shirt human. It's like that. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. You're wearing that? They both said. His mother looked at her watch. Oh no. No time to change. Let's just go. she said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door, and it appeared that Barbara, just like his parents, was way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. "The kids are out in the yard, Jeff. How about you go and meet some of them?" said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us, because it's like the outside in the yard. Everyone knows that Toys R Us looks like a backyard. What? Suddenly, a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and a hat. "Play? Wanna play?" he said. "Ah, no, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff," said the 11-year-old. The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face. "Please?" said the kid. "Oh, fine," said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend to shoot at the kids. At first, he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he actually started to have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time that he had done something that took his mind off of Liu. So he played with the kids for a while, until he heard a noise. A weird, rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. "Hey, Jeff, isn't?" he said. "We have some unfinished business." Jeff saw his bruised nose. "I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you, and you get my brother sent to juvie." Randy got an angry look in his eyes. "Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today." As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him, and both rose to their feet. Start the fucking Deltarune fighting theme on this one. Kids were screaming, and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. I go for winning. "No one interrupts, or guts will fly," they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it into his shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door, but Troy grabbed him. "Need some help?" He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. "Come on, Jeff! Fight me!" He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. "Fight!" He throws Jeff back into the living room. Keep in mind, there's a dozen adults in the living room, and they're all just watching this happen. They don't help him at all. At all. Meanwhile, a John Wick-styled fight is happening in front of them in the living room. "Come on, Jeff. Look at me." Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. "I was the one who got your brother sent to juvie, and now you're just gonna sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year. You should be ashamed." Keep in mind it was Liu that did that. Liu was the one that sold himself out, but whatever. Typical 11 to 12-year-old fights, I guess. "Oh, finally. You stand and fight. Jeff starts to get up. Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again, he gets that weird feeling. The one in which he hasn't felt for a while. Finally, he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do now is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy grasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him. Punch after punch after punch after punch. Blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Just punching him in the chest over and over again. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break off from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. They have guns? Wait, they have guns? What the hell? Wait, what? When did that happen? What the hell? What? They have guns? Real guns? Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. How did 11-year-olds get guns? As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. What? What's going on? Jeff runs up to the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. This is truly a minor community moment. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf. Oh my god, the iconic Jeff the Killer bleach! It burned both of them, and they both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best as he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he let out an ominous smile. "What's so funny?" asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. "What's funny," he said, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Is bleach flammable? Wait, is bleach flammable? What? Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin, as bleach does. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out of the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. That's when he passed out. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. Jeff the Killer is woke now. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that there was some tube in his arm, and when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said, as she put him back in his bed and reinserted the weird tube. Jeff sat there, with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered, and he was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have great news!" After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed of trying to attack you, they decided to let Liu go. Amazing! I guess I love Liu again now. This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again. Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. What is her name, by the way? I've only heard Jeff's mother, but I've never heard like her actual name. I think it was Barbara, something like that. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. It was not important, okay. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. Why? It's just... Why are you treating this as like a VTuber model debut? What the hell? They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. W parenting, let's bring all the family over so we can see how deformed and dumb you look now. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face, as a good mother does. Liu and Jeff's dad stare awestruck at his face. "What? What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. Of the hospital? He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of the distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand over to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. "Jeff. My name Jeff." "Jeff," said Liu. "It's not that bad." "Not that bad," said Jeff. "It's perfect." His family was equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay?" "Okay? I've never felt more happy. Ha, 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 ha. Look at me. This face goes perfectly with me." He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy... we're gonna get a flashback to like 2 minutes before this? We're gonna get like a fight replay before this point? Okay. Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity, snapped. Now, he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mom, "is my son alright? Like, you know, in the head?" Does like the emoji, like, putting the finger, like, up to the right of the temple and does like the circle motion. Cuckoo, cuckoo. "Oh, yes. This behavior is actually very typical for patients that have taken very large amounts of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here, and we'll give him a psychological test." That is not how anything works, actually. What? Yeah, okay, no. What? have you ever taken painkillers? What? No. No, dude. Oh, thank you, doctor. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Jeff looks away from the mirror, his face still formed into a crazy smile. "'Kay, mommy, ha 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 ha." Oh, come on. His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. "This is what came in," said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son wore. Now they were clean of blood and stitched together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. What? You're gonna put the clothes that he had when the incident happened? What? Do you not have other pairs of clothes for him? Just like... Hey, miss, here's the iconic Jeff the Killer outfit, I guess. Then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. Oh! Did the hoodie survive the fire? Apparently. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. He became the Wokler. The Woker. Jeff had just finished watching his favorite movie, The Joker, and began to imitate his hero, live on stream. "Jeff, what are you doing?" asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. "I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever." Jeff's mother noticed his eyes, ringed in black. "Jeff, close your eyes." His eyes were seemingly never closing. "I couldn't see my face. I got tired, and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face." Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. "Oh my god, he cuckoo. Cuckoo. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful?" "Yes, son," she said. "Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face." She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. "Honey, get the gun. We need to kill our son." She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway, holding a knife. "Mommy, you lied." That's the last thing they hear as Jeff rushes them with a knife, gutting both of them. His brother Liu woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Liu. Liu thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. "Shh," Jeff said. "Just go to sleep." Oh. And then Jeff the Killered all over the house. Other possible Jeff the Killer influences. Oh my god, that's the entire story, isn't it? So basically, this 11-year-old had a weird feeling, had like psychopathic, like, murder tendencies, like, all throughout his life. And then, once, like, the stereotypical 90s bullies, like, came over at the bus stop and started bullying him and his brother. Just, like, he immediately started turning evil, you know? Like, he basically fought, like, the bullies from, like, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Like, Tiara and the other one with the glasses. And then immediately went like, ooh, I need to let go. I need to embrace my wild side. And they had like a JoJo battle around the house. The parents did not ever try to intervene at all. They just sat there and watched as like 2 11 to 13-year-olds were like fighting in the living room, smashing bottles all over their fucking heads. And then eventually, like, it got so bad that one of them set the other one on fire. He went Jeff the Insane. They were being held at gunpoint, I think. Yeah, by the 12-year-olds? A bunch of adults dressed in suits being held at gunpoint by the 12-year-olds. Again. Oh, come on. And, hold on, is bleach, like, flammable? Let me look that up. Is bleach flammable? Bleach, which contains chlorine that's dissolved in water, is not flammable. Amazing. So, even if they tried to, like, set him on fire, the bleach would, like, just cover the alcohol and they would not, like, actually light up. And that, for some reason, made him into, like, a mutant psychopath. 12-year-olds with guns at their friend's birthday party. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Best writing. Best writing. Hayden Sand says, I think the point was that the alcohol was flammable, but the bleach was a chemical reaction. Wouldn't work either way, though. Martin says, it's creepypasta bleach. Don't think too hard about it. Yeah, you know the bleach that, like, makes your skin leathery and turns you completely white and makes you, like, makes you into a serial killer? Okay, I know you'll be reading it, but there are certain parts I hope you hear the narration in Poster's remake. Well, I'm gonna be reading it, like I'm gonna be the one narrating this. Overall, though, like, this story could have only worked back in 2012, you know what I mean? Like, in today's world, this would be mocked to high heaven. This was before, like, the cringe culture of the, like, late 2010s, you know, where people became, like, super mean and cynical, and so they took these stories at face value. Oh yeah, this is the original creepy image that inspired the Jeff the Killer, like, creepypasta. That's some Joker origin story, but way shittier. Actually, yeah, now that you say that, Twisted Myth, it literally is just like, what if the Woker, like, woke up, like, early on in his life? Like, instead of being submerged into, like, a vat of chemicals, he just got some bleach on his face, and he got lit up on fire by some, like, 90s bullies. I guess they didn't want to risk someone looking into their search history. Is bleach flammable? Does look suspicious. I used to find that image creepy, but now I unironically find it hilarious. Why so curious? I can't believe that Jeff the Killer is fatphobic. We need to cancel him on Twitter. Alright, hold on a second. I mean, he's basically a Joker ripoff in most of the takes. Speaking of which, we have to move into the next part of the stream. We need to read Jeff the Killer Reboot. This is by Kay Banning, an actual author. I don't really know what the author of the original Jeff the Killer is. This one is by a fan that wanted to reboot the story into something a little bit more believable. This one is 34 minutes long, so we are going to be here slightly longer before we head down into Zach's take. Ver the Creeper donates and says, Phil, since you're a Spanish-speaking horror lover, do you remember the Loquendo creepypasta videos? Or are you familiar with Dross? Yes! When I was a kid, I loved Dross's videos, like creepypasta videos. And I loved Loquendo videos. I don't remember much of them because my memory is very bad, but, you know. Alright. Let me just reset a little bit. Let me drink some water. And by water, I mean my energy drink. There's also the edit where it's basically that image but redder and fleshier. It's trying too hard. Well, that's usually what happens with like creepypasta content of like the early 2010s, you know? Like remember Smile Dog? Or like Dead Bart? Like all of those creepypastas started with like a really creepy image, like edited really hard, and like early internet people didn't know how to do that. Now it's like edited images are like extremely common, so like nobody is impressed by that. But in the early like 2010s, that was like all the rage back then. By the way, Pastra also did his own take on the Smile Dog. I did not know about that. I thought that Jeff the Killer was the only thing that he covered. Coden says, I've said it before, but my mom dressed as Jeff the Killer on Halloween once, with eye makeup, lips, face, black hair, and a white hoodie with "Go to Sleep" written on the back. Wow. Your mom's cool, actually. That's a pull. Pastra says, I did my own take on the image, but not the story. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Isn't it weird that now there's like there's parents that like have grown up with these stories and like feel nostalgic over them? That's really weird to think about. That like the children that grew up around this time are now adults and have like their own kids and like are nostalgic over that time where like the internet was like wilder or like crazier. Thoughts on Ben Drowned? I talked to Kako actually about Ben Drowned like a few streams ago. I really like the original footage of Ben Drowned, but everything after the original arc with the Majora's Mask playthrough, where it got into like these weird like ARG stories about a real life moon cult, and like you had to play like songs from the game in order to resuscitate characters from the ARG website, like that turned really stupid. The 20 minutes of text, oh my fucking god. Yes, exactly. Like, I really like the footage. The footage by itself is really cool, but everything surrounding that in the story is like the dumbest shit. Alright. Time for the second reading of the stream. We are going to be reading Jeff the Killer Reboots by Kay Banning Kellum. Publisher's notes. This is the Jeff the Killer reboot. For the original, Jeff the Killer, go back a few minutes into the stream. The day Jeffrey Woods and his family arrived at their new home, the sky was overcast and the weather was muggy. The gray skies seemed to punctuate his mood. Jeff was not thrilled to be here. Their new home was beautiful, though, a true example of his father's newfound success. But still, it wasn't the home that he'd known. A week after they'd settled in, Jeff and Liu woke up early. The sky was a crisp and gorgeous blue, and although the Louisiana heat was playing its usual cruel tricks, the brothers decided that a morning bike ride to explore the area would be just the right ticket to combat the slight pangs of homesickness that they'd both been experiencing over the last week. So this is like the same initial setup. Let's see where the reboot goes from there. "I miss home," Liu blurted out, as Jeff was smearing salsa on the microwaved burrito that would serve as his breakfast. "Me too, Liu. But I guess this is home now, so we just sort of had to, make the most of it." "I know, but all of our friends and stuff are back in New Orleans. Remember that building that we'd always sneak up top on and watch the city lights come on? I miss that," Leo responded, sounding down. "Yeah, and ZM Video, the owner, knew us and would always let us rent R-rated movies without our parents. And he'd always hook us up with a free video game rental if we got a few movies. Yeah, I miss that too. But Leo, we have to." Leo interrupted. "I know, but we have to make the most out of this. Still, this place just seems so fake. And Mom and Dad still treat us like we aren't even here." "Yep, that they do. I was sort of hoping that the new house would improve their mood, but what can we do?" Liu had no answer. Jeff finished his breakfast, and the two boys left the house to mount their bikes and explore around a bit more. As it turned out, the subdivision they moved into was rather close to a cluster of stores in a small shopping center. Village Shopping Center was the name of the short row of businesses. Within these were a Pizza Hut, a Chinese restaurant, a tobacco store, a Sprint store, and, what Jeff and Liu were most excited about, a video store. "We'll have to get Mom or Dad to come down here and open up an account so we can rent movies," Liu mentioned as Jeff flipped a box over to read the description of a horror movie. "Shit, you're right," Jeff snapped, feeling a bit of frustration at this thought. He knew getting his parents to actually come down here and set up a membership would take forever, since their usual after-work routine was to go off into separate rooms until they got hungry enough to come out and speak. Ooh, they're going through some family drama. Jeff glanced over at the girl working behind the counter. "Maybe I can go over there and sweet-talk her into giving us accounts," he joked. "Yeah, right, Jeff. One look at you and she'll probably ban us," Leo remarked back, a smile broad on his face. "You doubt me, little man?" "Doubt you? The guy who kissed two girls and almost touched a boobie? Never. Please go on over and lay on all the charm." "Whatever. I totally could have banged that girl, but her parents came home and..." "Oh?" "Last time you told me that story, you said her parents were out of town and her sister came home." Jeff became flustered, and while in the process of trying to make yet another comeback, the girl behind the register removed all doubt by speaking to the boys herself. "Hey, aren't those your bikes?" the young woman asked, pointing towards the glass door and window. Jeff and Leo looked over and saw 3 boys outside. Oh shit! 2 of which were riding around in circles on the Woods brothers' bikes. They would spin them around and then jump off, letting the bikes crash onto the pavement, just to stand them up and ride them again. The 2 boys riding the bikes were both slim in build, while a heavier boy stood on the sidewalk, drinking a Red Bull and watching. They're back! Jeff and his brother made their way towards the doors of the video store. When the fat kid saw them coming, Jeff couldn't hear what he said to 2 of his friends, but he made some sort of gesture while shouting, and the other 2 boys dumped the bikes where they lay and walked towards the sidewalk, directly towards the 2 brothers. "Those your bikes?" one of the boys asked as Jeff and Liu entered the summer heat. "Yeah? Why you riding them?" Liu asked sharply. "We just saw them there, man. Relax. Figured someone just left them out for us," the same boy responded, as his two friends joined him on either side. Jeff, determined to make a good start here, tried to change the course of this confrontation. "Well, they're ours. We just moved here about a week ago. We live over on Fairmount Avenue, a few blocks from here. We were just checking out the neighborhood." Jeff hoped that a civil tone could turn things around somehow, but he could tell by the insolent look on the kid's face that this was a difficult gamble. "Good for you. You moved somewhere," the fat kid remarked. "Oh yeah, Troy," the first boy spoke. "They moved into that piece of shit house with the gravel driveway. I was wondering who would move into that place." "Well, Randy, now we know," the big kid, apparently named Troy, replied. Jeff, still trying to salvage the conversation, tried peaceful banter one more time. "Okay, so you're Troy and you're Randy. Well, my name's Jeff, and this is my brother Liu. We just moved here from New Orleans." "Well, you ain't in New Orleans now," the third boy, who just now decided to speak, remarked. "Yeah, and who the fuck said that you could call us by our names?" Randy asked, that insolent, privileged smile never leaving his face. Jeff smiled and responded to Randy. "Well, I guess I could have called you a fucking asshole, but I figured I would have given you the benefit of the doubts." "Ooh, oh my god. Did you hear what he said? Oh my god." In that moment, a flare of rage replaced the smirk that had rested on Randy's face throughout this entire exchange. The two other boys, Troy and the still unknown third member of his band, seemed to be momentarily struck silent. Perhaps they weren't used to being stood up to. "Oh, I'm sorry. Was that language too adult for you?" Jeff asked. "And you, quiet boy. We know this isn't New Orleans," Jeff stated to the slim kid that had reminded him of his geographical locations. What the hell? "Because if this was New Orleans, you three would have already gotten your asses kicked for touching someone else's shit." Oh my god, this kid got spunk. The slim kid looked back and forth at his two friends. However, Randy, clearly the leader, seemed to know what to say. "Yo, Keith, you gonna let this little bitch talk to you like that?" Jeff knew this part, and while he wanted quite badly to suck Randy and his pulse around, a real concern suddenly invaded his mind. If he and Liu got into a fight on their first week into this new neighborhood, their parents would freak! He could practically hear it now, and while things had been far from perfect in their home, even after the move, there was a peace that had fallen over the family, and Jeff, fighting his urges, decided to do his best to keep it. Jeff looked over at the three, very well dressed, very privileged, very woke, looking suburban kids before them, and dismissed them. "You guys are boring. Come on, Liu. Let them continue their play dates without us." Did Jeff the Killer call these kids fucking gay? Liu laughed at that and followed behind his brother towards the bikes. However, Randy and his little gang of would-be toughs would have none of that. They moved to block Jeff and his brother once again. "Where are you going, pussy?" Randy asked, shoving Jeff. Jeff could tell that shove had no real conviction. Randy was trying to figure him out, seeing where his buttons were. He'd push harder eventually, but Jeff swallowed the slowly building anger within him once more. Liu took a bit more exception to the shove. "We're going to your mom's house. Me and my brother saved up a couple of dollars from doing chores, and we hear she isn't charging much." As the words left Liu's mouth, Randy appeared to only register a small portion of it all. Randy Hayden had grown up in Mandeville. His father was a partner at a local firm that made a lot of money, something else that Jeff would soon come to learn. Randy and his friends, well, the same age as Jeff, had grown up in very different circumstances. They were used to being listened to. They were used to being feared. In fact, Randy, the target of the insult, just stood there. It was actually Troy, the fat kid, who stepped forward, fists balled, eyes squinted in anger. "Who you talking to?" Troy shouted, and took a wild swing at Liu. Liu, who was both in better shape and had sparred with Jeff from time to time during his time spent boxing, was able to avoid the punch, but just barely. Had that been all, it may have once again ended there. Troy was clearly taken by surprise at Liu's speed, and actually didn't attempt another punch. However, these were bullies, kids that ran in a pack for a reason. The skinny one, Keith, stepped around and threw a punch that connected with the left side of Liu's face. Time to get weird. Jeff had seen enough. He'd been shocked at how quickly this evolved into blows, even though he'd expected it from almost the start. When he'd first met Randy and his friends, he'd been curious. From there, he'd developed an annoyance with them, and slowly, that annoyance had evolved into anger. However, upon seeing Liu punched, seeing the small trickle of blood forming on his brother's lower lip, upon seeing the smug look of satisfaction on Keith's face, that anger that Jeff felt suddenly exploded into a rage that he'd never felt before in his life. Jeff Woods did not hesitate. He stepped forward, his feet automatically falling into the correct stance that he'd learned from the boxing classes his father once enrolled him into, and delivered a powerful right hand to Keith's face. The skinny boy had no time to register shock or pain. The punch caught him by surprise, and his knees buckled. Keith went down to the ground in a heap of confusion and dawning fear. Okay, this is like automatically way better written than before. Holy shit. Like, I'm actually getting into the fight right now. Randy, this so-called leader here, was almost too shocked to move. He'd had quite a lot of experience starting fights, but no real time logged into losing them. He'd never felt control out of a situation slip. He was used to being in charge. So now, seeing one of his friends go down so quickly and easily left him in a state of shock that he had no idea how to address. "Go, Jeffy, go, Jeffy, go! Go, Jeffy, go, Jeffy, go!" Troy, on the other hand, seemed to have a plan. Throw another punch. He moved towards Jeff, deceptively faster than his weight would seem to allow, and threw two equally fast punches. Jeff, however, had no problem sidestepping both attempts. Troy, seeming lost for actions, actually dropped his arms, as if to say, "Gee, what do I do now?" Jeff had the answer. He moved in, throwing 3 hooks to Troy's stomach. The hefty kid's eyes went as wide as pie pans, a fitting analogy, because he's fat, Jeff thought. Oh, come on. Jeff wasted no time and stepped in once more, fetching a sharp punch to the big kid's jaw, causing Troy to promptly fall on his ass. Jeff was reminded of King Hippo from the Punch-Out game he used to play. He couldn't help but smile. God damn. Can't believe my boy Jeff the Killer is fatphobic. Oh my god. Jeff now turned his focus on Randy. He advanced on the boy, feeling something new forming inside of him. He still felt the anger, the rage actually, at the antics of these three assholes. They had the nerve to mess with their bikes, the nerve to insult two kids they've never even met before, and of course, the ultimate offense, touching his brother. However, mixed in with his rage was also a sweet, enjoyable pleasure. Not only was he kicking their asses, but he was loving every second of it. It was as though the joy of showing them up was perfectly blending with the rage he felt towards them. Together, it formed into a sadistic, controlled sense of power. Power. I need more power. That was until Liu stepped in front of him. Jeff, stop! That's enough! Why stop now, Liu? They wanted this. Jeff replied in a flat voice that Liu had never heard from his brother's mouth. She's calling the cops! Look! Liu shouted again, and this time, Jeff came back to reality, snapped back to reality. Long enough to listen, he glanced over at the video store clerk and saw her on the phone, talking frantically and pointing towards the parking lot. Suddenly, Jeff's strange, sadistic haze collapsed, and he gained his former self. Oh fuck, let's go, he stated quickly, and he and Liu mounted their bikes and rode towards the park exit. Yeah, you better fucking run, Randy called behind them. Jeff and Liu paid no mind and pedaled away. A few blocks down the street, they dismounted their bikes and began to walk them together. At first, neither brother spoke. Then Liu broke the silence. Jeff, thank you for standing up for me back there. Thank you. Oh my god, you're such a cool older brother. Oh my god, Jeff the Killer, you're so fucking cool. Yeah, those guys were pieces of shit. They had it coming, Jeff replied, looking down at the street as they walked. What happened? I've never seen you like that before. I'm just defending myself, Liu. What was I supposed to do? Let them beat you up? I bet they go to our school. I bet we'll see them there, and they won't forget this. Who cares? We didn't ask to move here. We didn't ask for any of this. Mom and Dad just wanted a bigger house in a nicer neighborhood. And we were along for the ride, whether we liked it or not. Think I give a shit what these rich asshole kids think of us? Jeff stated, and went back to looking at his feet. Do you think we'll get in trouble? Liu asked. For what? Defending ourselves? Yeah, that would be kind of strange, wouldn't it? Like, if the police were just like... If the police just came up to, like, a random kid's house and, like, told them they were gonna go to juvie because they defended themselves. Yeah, that would be crazy, right? Who in the hell would write something like that? Yeah, I guess you're right. They did actually start it, Liu answered. And to the brothers, the matter was closed. However, things were far from over. They found that the trouble they believed that they'd escaped was in fact waiting for them at their front door. Jeff and Liu saw the police cars well before they arrived at the driveway. 2 cop cars, both parked in front of their house. Both of them felt their stomachs drop, as they well knew why the police were there. Damn it. The brothers entered the living room to see their parents sitting on the couch, The two cops standing up, leaning on the wall, writing in their notebooks. "What did you two do?" Sheila practically screeched at the two boys entered the house. Liu, younger and less center than Jeff, began to fall on the defensive. "Some kids tried to jump us down by that video store. They were messing with our bikes, and when we went outside, they got in our faces." "That's not the way that we heard it," Matt Woods interjected, his voice firm and ripe with anger and dissatisfaction. "No, Dad, that's what happened," Jeff began to explain. "We were down at the friendly video, looking around the store, when these three kids started riding around on our bikes. All we did was walk outside, and the kids started talking trash to us, trying to provoke a fight. When we tried to leave, one of them punched Liu." Finally, one of the two cops spoke. His name tag read Williamson. "Boys, we have some serious complaints about the two of you. From what eyewitnesses at the shopping center say, you two started the confrontation with Randy and his friends." Jeff took notice at how familiar the cop's tone was when he said Randy's name. This was a small town, after all, and there was a good chance that this cop coached Randy in Little League or drank beers with his dad. Hell, it was even possible that this cop could be an uncle to one of the bullies. "No, sir," Jeff replied. "We did not start it. They did. We just wanted our bikes. We just wanted to leave, and they blocked us." Williamson continued, as though he'd heard nothing that Jeff said. "Several witnesses, including the video store clerk, say that you swung first. They say that the boys were riding your bikes. But let me ask you this. Did you chain your bikes to anything, or did you just leave them outside the store?" "What's the matter?" Liu demanded. "Well, son, if you just left your bikes lying around on the street, you can't exactly blame Randy and his friends for riding them, now can you? It'd be different had you secured them somehow, but you just left them there." "Mom, Dad, you're not buying this crap, are you? You know me and Liu don't start fights. When have we ever? These three kids messed with us. And if you can't tell that these cops are taking their sides, then you need to open your eyes." Jeff knew he was skating on thin ice, but that rage, it demanded some sort of satisfaction. "This is bullshit. Jeffrey, do not speak about these officers in that tone of voice. And do not speak to us in that way either. Now, it's pretty obvious that you two aren't happy here, that you miss your old home. But starting fights in the street isn't going to change anything." Jeff's mother snapped back. "Listen, boys, you're lucky. None of the parents want to press charges. This will be reported as a simple scuffle between teenagers. But be advised, you're both on notice. This is a quiet town, not like New Orleans. We don't tolerate this sort of behavior over here. If you see Randy, Keith, or Troy, I highly suggest that you tell them you're sorry. We'll be keeping an eye on both of you. Don't let this happen again. You don't want to have an arrest record, do you?" Jeff felt his anger bubble over, and he could not hold his tongue. "Who is he to you, Officer Williamson? Is Randy your nephew? Is he a friend's son? Or maybe you go over and screw his mom while you're on duty? Which one of us is it, officer? Oh my god, Jeff. Oh my god, you being a dick to a police officer." "That's it. Both of you go to your rooms." Mad Woods apparently found that he wasn't a mute after all. As he ordered his sons out of the room, Jeff and Liu walked up the stairs. However, they refused to hang their heads in shame or feel any regrets. Neither of the parents spoke to them for the rest of the day. Jeff and Liu stayed upstairs, venting their shared frustration to each other. They'd been screwed over. Even at their young ages, they knew that. They took some solace in the fact that they were at least not been arrested or cited. But still, they saw what was really going on here. Society. It's all society's fault. That cop, he was protecting Randy, Jeff whispered to his younger brother. No shit, his brother replied. We have to watch ourselves. We have to take care of each other. You saw it down there. Even our parents didn't stand up for us. Yeah, what the hell was up with that? Liu asked. Imagine their fucking image. That's what's up with it. All they care about is fitting in here. They want to make sure that they blend in with the rest of the Stepford Smiles. No more fighting. If we see Randy or his two fuckhead friends again, we just walk away, okay? But Jeff, you can kick the shit out of them. Why should we just walk away? Liu asked. Because I can't kick the shit out of the cops, Liu. I can't kick the shit out of my mom and dad, Liu. And that's what that would get us. Fucking Randy and his pals are protected here. You and me were not. So if we see them, just avoid them, okay? Please? Oh my god, he's so edgy, he's so cool. Oh my god. Liu nodded. I feel like a little bitch, though. I owe Keith for hitting me. No, you don't. I paid him back for that. And paid his fat friend, too. He's so fat. Oh my god. I hope they just leave us alone now. Jeff sighed. Jeff and Liu didn't hear from their parents for the rest of the day. They remained in their rooms late into the night, and finally came down to eat after they were sure their folks had gone to bed. Liu said that he felt relieved about that, but Jeff had a sinking feeling that the worst had yet to come. Jeff was correct. The next morning, when the two brothers came downstairs together to eat breakfast, their parents were already sitting at the dining room table, staring at the boys, approving of nothing they saw. Sit down, Matt stated flatly. What's going on? Liu asked. Sit down, Matt stated again, anger dancing on the words. The boys complied without further question. Matt Woods began his diatribe. Whatever that was yesterday, beating up some kids for touching your bikes, mouthing off at the police, disrespecting both me and your mother, that stops today. We didn't beat anyone up for touching our bikes, Jeff blurted. Shut up, Jeff. This is a one-way conversation, his father barked. That kid, Randy Hayden, his father is a partner at my firm. Did you know that? Did you even think about that when you were assaulting him over your godforsaken bike? You just didn't think, did you, Jeff? Sheila added. Well, how the fuck could I have known that? Matt continued. Well, I've spent the entire morning talking to his father on the phone. His dad is willing to let it all go. But shit, son, I have to deal with that at work now? Do you have any idea how much damage this could have done to me, to our family? Jeff felt that rage coming back and fought with all his might to keep it settled. Instead, he once more tried to appeal to the two adults' parental side. Mom, look at Liu's face. They split his lip. Can't you see it? It's still swollen. Liu turned his head to better showcase the injury. My god, Jeff. So some kid played a little rough with your brother. Is that any reason to fight them? I wanted to make friends with some of the other families in this neighborhood, but thanks to you, I just don't know. No sooner could Jeff or his brother construct a proper defense than their father began speaking again. So, Your mother and I have talked this through. Since there are only a couple of weeks of summer vacation left, we've decided that Liu should spend the rest of the season at Aunt Marcy's place. We've already spoken to her, and she is willing to let him come out there and stay. Both Jeff and Liu were floored by this decision. Both boys began to protest at the same time, but they saw the look on their parents' faces. The decision had already been made. Why can't both of us just go then? Jeff asked, a last-ditch effort to at least get away from his parents. Marcy doesn't want both of you there. She says that you two are too rambunctious, and frankly, we agree, Sheila answered. And so it was. Liu was shuttled off to his aunt's place in Abita Springs, Louisiana, a place even smaller and duller than Mandeville, if one can believe that. Jeff watched his brother leave and then walked back to his bedroom. He felt that rage. However, it began to feel almost pleasant to him. He couldn't explain it. He was furious at this turn of events. His parents had turned their backs on their own children. However, through it all, these new feelings he was experiencing weren't all that terrible. This anger, for example, he could almost taste it. It felt like thick, sweet syrup stirring around in him. Of course, he knew the extra ingredient that would complete the flavor. Ooh! That satisfying joy he'd felt when he had Randy and his friends on the ropes the day prior. That mixed perfectly with the anger to create some intoxicating product that Jeff almost craved now. He fell asleep, lying on his bed, thinking about that syrup, that thick, viscous substance that seemed to work its way into every fabric of his soul. He wanted it, yet he knew that it was destructive, and that nothing good would come from sampling it again. I'm actually getting really into this now. Several days passed, and tensions were high between Jeff and his parents. Without Leo around, there was nothing for him to do except sit in his room and play video games. He went outside, but didn't venture far from home. He knew if Randy and the goons showed up again, it would likely result in another fight. Electro H saying, "This is so ass, I love it, I love it, I love it." This is not even a creepypasta, this feels like some kind of fanfic drama. For a few days, that worked well, and Jeff believed that he could get through this. However, his mother changed all of that on an early Saturday morning. Jeff was awoken suddenly by a sharp sunlight striking his face. He heard his mother humming, something that she rarely did. Even in his half-asleeping state, he knew that humming was forced. She was doing it to wake him up, and figured that the added sunlight would get things there even faster. When she noticed Jeff's eyes cracking open, she sauntered over to his bed and began speaking in a tone that simply oozed false joviality. At first, Jeff had refused. Could his mother be serious? Did she really expect him to go over and make friends with Randy? He was still in bed when his mother stopped her incessant humming long enough to tell him to get up and get dressed. Once he learned why, he told her no. No way in hell. However, his mother was a shrewd manipulator, and she'd know exactly what would get the job done. She promised Jeff that if he did this for her, went over and made it work with Randy, that Liu could come home the next day. She'd sandbag Jeff right into the corner with that one. He'd have no choice but to agree. It's coming. It's time. It's time for the fight. It's time for the fight, everybody. Are you guys excited? I'm actually excited about this one. What's gonna happen? Are they gonna pull out guns in the party? Oh my god, what's gonna happen now? A short time later, Jeff and his mother were pulling into Randy's driveway. Randy's mother answered the door. "Hi, you must be Jeff," she greeted. Jeff smiled wanly and confirmed that was in fact who he was. "Hello, I'm Sheila Woods. Nice to finally meet you in person," Jeff's mother announced, barging past her son and extending a hand to Randy's mother. "Sheila, I'm so pleased to meet you. I'm Bridget Hayden. Sorry to hear that our boys had a little mishap the other day. You know how it is, though, with teenagers. Hormones going crazy and all." Randy never gets into fights, but he explained to me that Jeff and his brother are still new to the area and haven't quite learned how we do things in Mandeville yet. Isn't that right, Jeff? Jeff couldn't resist a small jab. "Yeah, sorry about that, Miss Hayden. Me and Liu had no idea that it was okay for your son and his friends to mess with our bikes without asking." Bridget, he gets that mouth from his father. Never knows when to shut up. I'm sorry about that. How about you and I go in and have some coffee, and you can tell me and all the great gossip around Mandeville while our boys get to know each other the right way. Randy is in his room. Jeff, upstairs, second floor to your left. I'm sure you'll hear the sound of his video games or something, Bridget stated, with very little humor in her voice. "Thank you, ma'am," Jeff answered, and entered the house. Jeff knocked and heard Randy answer with, "Come on in." "Hey, so, I guess you heard. Our parents want us to hang out, get to know each other," Jeff stated with little conviction. "Yeah, that's my mom, alright. She doesn't like drama. Honestly, I think she worries too much. I mean, I'm cool if you're cool." "Ooh?" Jeff sat down on the floor next to Randy and struck up a conversation. "So, turns out your dad is my dad's boss. He freaked out about the fight in the parking lot. He was actually worried that he'd get fired or something." "My dad is like everyone's boss. I fucking hate it. I think half the kids at my school talk to me because their parents are somehow connected to my dad's firm." "Why do you hate it?" Jeff asked. "Because it's fake. This whole damn town is fake. You'll figure it all out as you go, but trust me, everyone who lives here is just trying to pretend like there's something else. My parents make me do all this shit, all the trophies and stuff, just so they can brag. That's it." Jeff smiled. "I know how you feel. My dad had me in boxing class a year ago because of some co-worker of his dad, had a brother that worked at the place or something. As soon as that guy quit, though, I was out of that gym the next week." "I wish it was that easy," Randy responded. "I hate playing baseball, but my dad will sure have me out there again next summer, and the summer afterwards. It's like he knows I hate it, but wants to make sure I'm out there with a stupid company name on the back of my jersey." "Randy, why did you and your friends fuck with our bikes the other day?" "I told you, this town is fake and boring as shit. There is nothing to do here. We have to find stuff to do. I mean, there are only so many times you can go hang out at the video store, or ride the dirt paths in the woods. All the girls here are stuck up. All the stores close early. There's no mall, and the movie theater is across town. We were just bored, man, so sorry for that, I guess." "That's cool," Jeff replied. "I guess I'm sorry for that, too. Things went too far." "Oh my god! The two of them are gonna become friends, though? Oh my god! This bully is actually a person and not just a villain. He actually has a character to him. Oh my god!" You mean the fight? Randy asked. That shit was actually cool. Those guys, Keith and Troy, they just leech on me because of my dad. It's like I told you. I'm pretty sure that their parents make them hang out with me. Randy is actually cool? The afternoon went on, and Jeff soon forgot that this was a mandatory arrangement. He actually started to find himself liking Randy. Sure, their first encounter was a little sketchy, but he was coming around to the guy, finding that he wasn't so bad once his idiot friends were removed from the equation. About an hour later, things took a new turn. Jeff heard the twin pops of 2 car doors shutting in near unison, and then heard the engine start up. He dropped the game controller and peered out of Randy's bedroom window, just in time to see his mother and Randy's mother backing out of the driveway. Our parents are leaving, Jeff said. About time. I figured my mom would eventually talk to your mom into going shopping, or going to get the coffee, or something like that. Jeff heard Randy pause the game. Hey Jeff, come downstairs. I want to show you some cool stuff. Randy invited, and Jeff followed. Oh no, oh no, 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 oh no, 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 no. Randy led Jeff out to the garage. It was hot in there, with the main door shut. The garage was well kept though, and Jeff observed a stack of magazines underneath a workbench, as well as tools and various other utility items stacked about. Standing in the small, closed-in garage, with the late summer heat lingering about, Jeff began to feel a little bit uneasy. Despite the fact that he and Randy had seemed to bond over the last few hours, Jeff couldn't ignore a sense that things were different now that the adults were gone. What do you want to show me? Jeff asked. Hold on, let me come get it, Randy replied, moving the magazines out to reveal a small, red box. Jeff watched as Randy removed the box and opened it. Check it out! My dad's flare gun, Randy announced, and waved the red, tubular gun around. Whoa! Whoa, 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 be careful with that, Jeff shouted, more out of shock than real concern. It's fine, dude. Don't be a pussy. It's not even loaded, Randy said. However, Jeff watched as he fished one of the flares out from a back compartment. Randy then continued to fiddle with the flare gun, popping it open and loading a flare. Now it's loaded, he announced. My dad showed me how to use this last year when we went out boating. Sometimes I take it out the back and shoot flares at the trees. But maybe this time, I don't need a tree. The change in Randy's voice and demeanor was impossible to ignore. Okay, well, cool gun. Let's get back in the house, though. It's hot out here, plus, I'm getting hungry. What do you have to eat? However, as Jeff turned to walk through the small door leading back into the house, his path was suddenly blocked by 2 more familiar faces. Where'd you going, Jeffrey? The fat kid, Troy, blurted out as he and Keith stepped forward into the garage. Took you 2 assholes long enough to get here. I've had to babysit this. Oh! That's a word, actually. I've had to babysit this friend all day, Randy shouted. A wicked joy was present in his words. Sorry, Randy, but Keith here had to mow his front yard before his parents would have let it come out, Troy said, a sheepish tone to his voice. It's cool. We're here now, Keith said. What the fuck is going on? Jeff asked, staring at Randy. he noticed that Randy still had the flare gun in his hands. "I'll tell you what's going on here, Jeff. You owe Keith and Troy an apology for what you did. You sucker punched them and then ran away. You didn't even have the balls to fight them fair. So now, you're gonna pay them for what you owe." "I'm not gonna fight you, okay? I'm done with that shit," Jeff replied as he glanced about the room for an exit. "You're right about that. You're not going to fight. You're going to stand there and let my boys get their licks in. Then I get mine. And when that's done, you get the fuck out of my house. I'll tell my mom that you got sick and walked home. And after that, if you see us again, you better walk the other way." "I'm not going to stand here and get hit by you or your friends. So just let me go home. How about that? I'll tell my mom that we're cool and everyone wins, okay?" Jeff asked. Randy then raised the flare gun towards Jeff. "No, you stay, pussy. You stay and take your licks." Oh boy, here we go. Jeff felt that sensation once more. That sick, rich, dark matter that swirled about inside of him. He could taste it by now. It was heaven. In his mind, he imagined himself diving into it, swimming in it, letting it swallow him whole. He looked around, and the sensation only grew. He saw Randy, standing there, holding the flare gun. It was limp in his hands, though, and the hammer was not cocked back. Jeff knew that Randy had no intention of actually firing it. He looked over at Keith, skinny and pathetic, a kid born to follow. Troy, fat and sweaty, breathing a bit heavy from his walk over. And of course, in the middle of it, Jeff himself. He felt that pleasure begin to mix in with the rage, forming the perfect product. He tried to avoid sampling it. He knew that only regret could come from indulging in it. However, when it was placed so close, when the aroma and the promise of that sweet, savory flavor was only inches away, Jeff found that he could no more stand against it than a ship in the ocean could stand against a typhoon. Jeff began to smile. "Why are you smiling at me? You queer for me or something?" Randy asked, a slight nervous tinge in his voice. I think that Randy has the hots for Jeff, but he doesn't want to admit it. Jeff the woke killer. "Am I smiling, Randy? I guess it's because I'm just having so much fun," Jeff announced, and suddenly lunged towards the unprepared kid, holding the flare gun. Jeff struck Randy once again in the nose. Randy's arms dropped, yet he kept hold of the flare gun. Jeff, without even needing to look, realized that Troy and Keith had actually taken a step back. Instead of advancing as they should have, Jeff delivered another strong blow to Randy's jaw, causing the boy to drop to the floor. Jeff now turned his attention to Troy and Keith, the two tough kids that had yet to actually make much of a move in his direction. Troy actually backed up a step and stumbled over the stack of magazines that Randy had moved earlier. Jeff took this opportunity and stepped forward, once again introducing Troy's round belly to his fist. Troy tried to stay on his feet, but Jeff's punches, combined with the stumble over the magazines, caused Troy to fall back, landing hard and striking his head on the concrete slab that was the garage floor. Keith was actually trying to back away. However, Jeff was currently standing between him and the only exit to the garage, since the carport door was closed. Jeff took 2 quick steps forward to the skinny kid and felt almost an intense joy at seeing Keith stagger backwards, knocking his back into the wall. That perfect blend of pleasure, control, and rage had come together. Jeff felt as though he was floating above the world. Somewhere in his mind, he knew there would be hell to pay for this, but at that exact moment in time, he couldn't care less. He didn't care about Liu. He didn't care about being arrested. He didn't care if his dad got fired. All he cared about, in that fraction of time, was hurting Keith. Keith tried to make a run for it, hoping to squeeze through the small gap between Jeff and the door. However, Jeff clipped him a hard right hand to his face, causing Keith to stagger back again. Jeff could see that his knees were buckling, and took full advantage. He moved in, pinning Keith to the wall, and began to deliver blow after blow to the skinny kid's stomach. Keith's eyes became as large as saucers, and once satisfied, Jeff stepped back and watched in demonic glee as Keith slowly slid down the wall, gasping for air. Randy got back to his feet, but seemed to have no idea what to do. "We done now, Randy? We good? Or do you and your friends need more?" Jeff mocked. No more, we're cool." "How about you assholes?" Jeff asked. "It was Randy's idea," Keith said weakly. "Yeah, man, we didn't even want to," Troy agreed. The debate may have continued, but the sound of a returning car broke the tension. "Oh shit! My mom is back!" Randy shouted, his voice cracking in a humorous way. It seemed that the previous tough guy had all but shrunk back to a scared child. "So, we'll just say that we were all hanging out," Keith replied. "No, the fucking flare gun. If she finds out that I messed with it, we're screwed." "So put it back," Jeff suggested. That sensation of rage was fading again, and he felt the control returning. "Yeah, grab the magazines, please," Randy begged. Jeff found that he rather liked that tone, that begging, whipped dog mentality. Jesus fucking Christ. Jeff was paying no attention to Randy. He was down on the floor, calmly gathering the magazines. He didn't really care if Randy got in trouble or not. However, if his mother returned and found trouble, he feared that Liu may not be able to return home as promised. Everything else happened in a flash, both literally and figuratively. Randy, now in a panic over the trouble he'd be in if he was caught playing with the flare gun, had begun to sweat. As his hands frantically clawed over the gun, his thumbs pushed the hammer back, unintentionally. He didn't even notice that the gun was cocked. He was turning it over in his hands, trying to quickly disarm it. He then heard the sound of keys in the front door. He knew that he had only seconds now to hide it. Everything else happened in slow motion. The gun slipped from Randy's sweaty hands as he'd attempted to rotate it once more. He saw it fall to the floor, seemingly to float to the ground rather than to fall. Jeff, busy stacking the magazines, had only enough time to register Randy's shocked gasp as he turned to look in the boy's direction, just in time to see the bright red flare gun hit the floor. The gun discharged, launching a speeding ball of fire directly into Jeff's face. Jeff felt the hot flash of heat and pain tear across the left side of his face. After the initial registry of agony, there was no more thinking. Jeff began to scream, clutching the left side of his face and rolling around on the floor. For a while, he forgot everything, as he was plunged into that dark, rich syrup once more, the rage almost serving to dull the pain. Once he finally did come to a stable level of alertness, he realized he was in a hospital room. Half of his face was bandaged. He knew that much. He wanted to open his eyes and speak, let his family know he was awake, but the drugs still had a firm hold. He was awake, but not quite yet functioning. He could hear several familiar voices, though. "Is he going to be okay, doctor?" Jeff's mother asked. "Oh, yes, ma'am. Your son will be fine. However, he will have a lengthy road to recovery and will need your support." The flare struck his face and caused third-degree burns on his left side. "How bad is the eye?" Jeff's father asked. "Hard to say at this point. He'll need to see an optometrist for further review, but the damage appears quite severe." "And his face? What about his face?" Jeff's mother asked, sounding deeply concerned. "Well, we were able to clean and treat the injury in time, so you've got no concern for infection or anything of that matter. We'll want him on antibiotics for a while, and he'll need to have the wound cleaned and dressed on a regular basis. But all in all, your son got very lucky. The damage could have been more severe." I like that everyone is talking about Harvey Dent and Two-Face on the chat, by the way. "Doctor," his mother began again. "What if there's permanent damage? What do we do about that?" "As I said, an optometrist will have to examine the eye." Sheila Woods interrupted the doctor, sounding more and more agitated. "You're not listening. Not the eye. His face. What do we do to correct this face?" she demanded. "Well, ma'am, we have treated his face, like I said. There shouldn't be a risk of infection so long as you..." She cut him off again. "Not the infection. His face. His appearance. What can we do for that?" "Miss Woods, that's hardly a concern at this point. Once he is healed and back on his feet, you can possibly explore plastic surgery to repair some of the damage. But honestly, right now, we can't waste concern on how he looks. What is important is that your son is healthy. He can expect to be back home in a few days, if not maybe sooner." What a terrible mother. Exactly. JD, like, actually a horrible mother. Holy shit. Jeff's dad spoke again. "Okay, thank you, doctor. Can we have some time alone, please? My wife and I need to speak." "Certainly," the doctor replied. "Liu, why don't you go down to the hospital cafeteria and get yourself a snack?" Matt Wood suggested. "But I want to be here in case Jeff wakes up," Liu replied. "Liu, they told us that Jeff is heavily medicated. They don't expect him to wake up anytime tonight. So, just go. And if he does come around, we'll have you paged," Matt replied. Jeff heard the door open and close as Liu exited. His parents both let out a long, shaky sigh, but Jeff was starting to believe it. It was not a sigh of relief, but rather one of stress. "We're going to have to homeschool him now, Matt. That's just what it's going to be. We're going to have to keep him home," he heard his mother rant, her voice sounding frantic. "What? I mean, he probably won't be able to start school right on time, but I doubt he'll miss the whole year," his father responded, trying to maintain a calmer voice. "I'm not talking about that, Matt. I'm not worried about him missing a week or two of school. I mean, his face, Matt. You heard what the doctor said. His face is going to be disfigured," Sheila argued back. "We don't even know the full extent of the damage yet, Sheila. It could be minor. It could possibly heal. And you heard what he said. Plastic surgery could be an option in time." "In time? What kind of time? A year? 2 years? And what about the meantime? People are going to see him and they're going to talk. Is that what you want? He's going to be a pariah. You think anyone is going to want to have him around their kids? Jeff was hearing all of this, just letting it soak in, slowly. As his mind absorbed the words, he felt that rage return. Sick, rich, dark. That syrup of raw, primal emotion. He wanted to scream at his mother, to tell her to shut up, that he was the one lying there, half his face burned, blind in one eye, all thanks to her forcing him to go to Randy's house. He wanted to ask her why she left, why she went off to shopping, or have her nails done, or whatever the hell she did. He wanted to know why she'd leave him alone with a kid who just days before tried to jump him and his brother. He wanted to know how she could care more about his appearance than the fact that he was lying there on the hospital. However, there was still so much more that he wanted to know as well. He wanted to know how much more his mother hated him, how much more she saw him now as, how did she put it, a pariah. He wanted to continue to swim in the thick pool of dark hatred that was starting to form from the rage and anger. That was a new one now. Before it was anger, then it was anger mixed with pleasure. But now it was anger mixed with hatred. Yeah, like, when you mix some water with some H2O, like just a little mix of there, like a little bit of hate and also like some hatred over there. Like, yeah, it's obviously. Like, you have some tomato juice and some ketchup, it's like, perfect mix. And while he certainly longed to be free of it, while he most certainly preferred the false sense of love and concern he believed he heard from her before, he also wanted to test it out a bit more. He also began to wonder how well would this new recipe blend with pleasure, how it would feel. Mad Woods began to speak again. I just can't believe he shot himself in the face with a flare gun. I always thought Jeff was more responsible than that. Don't even get me started on that, Sheila replied. Lugigi says, if this is the reboot, it's surprisingly more competent. It is, but some parts are also kind of funny. Don't even get me started on that, Sheila replied. I couldn't believe it when Randy and his friends explained to the medics and the police how it all happened. Randy was just trying to show off Jeff around the house and wanted to show him the collection of magazines his dad kept in the garage. Boys will be boys. He was probably hoping that a couple of Playboys would be in there or something. Then he said Jeff found the box containing the flare gun and just wouldn't stop playing around with it. You should have heard those other boys, Matt. They told me that they practically begged Jeff just to put it down before he got hurt. But he had to just show it off. I just don't know where we went wrong, Matt. I thought us moving out here to a nice, quiet neighborhood would make everyone happy. Jeff, though, he just wants to fight us on everything. And while all that came together in Jeff's mind, he continued to swim in that black ichor of hatred and rage. The morphine drip added a nice touch of euphoria. Jeff could almost see himself plunging into the syrupy waters of hatred and emerging changed. Each dip brought him so much twisted pleasure, and that was when he finally understood. He could sample the pleasure now, not because he was enjoying what was happening, but because he knew he could enjoy what was to come. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Here we go. Just as the doctor predicted, Jeff was rescheduled to go home a few days later. During his time at the hospital, he never asked to see his face. It wasn't until the last day that he finally asked for a mirror. The nurse had come in to change his bandages, as was the routine. She was a pleasant woman. She spoke to him, asked him how he was doing. He enjoyed her visits, and so, on the final day, when she arrived to clean and dress his face, he asked to see himself. "Are you sure, sweetheart? Would you like me to call in your parents first?" she asked. "No, thank you," Jeff replied. "I think I want to see it for myself first, without them standing over me." "I understand," she replied honestly, without a hint of pretension. Once the bandages were off, she handed him a small hand mirror. "Would you like me to step out of the room?" she asked. Jeff ignored her and looked at himself, taking stock of the damage. Sure enough, his face was a mess. The entire left side, at least. The flare struck him, traveling upwards, and burned a scar into his left cheek that extended to his eye. At first glance, it almost looked like he was smiling on that side. The scar was still bright red, and burned tissue spread out on either side. Once it arrived at his eye, the news did not get any better. His eye was white, just a lifeless bulb plugged into his face. He closed his right eye and found that he could see nothing from his left eye at all. The scar continued up the left side of his forehead. The damage was less severe there, however. The hair on the left side of his head was burnt off, leaving a few strands to stick up here and there. "Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie, but I have to put clean bandages in now," she told him. Jeff smiled. "It's okay. There will be plenty of time for me to admire myself later," he said. There was no joy from his parents on the ride home, or upon arrival. They spoke very little, and there was a tension in the car that simply wouldn't fade away. As for Liu, he was thrilled that his brother was okay, but he didn't know what to say concerning the damage to his face. So, after asking a few questions about the accident and the recovery, he fell silent as well. They walked into their home at dusk, and Liu asked about dinner. He suggested that they let Jeff pick a place to celebrate his return home. "Just go to sleep, both of you boys. Just go to sleep," Sheila remarked. She and her husband both retreated into their bedrooms as well, to argue or feel sorry for themselves. Who knew? Jeff and Liu didn't speak much that night. Jeff spent most of the evening staring at himself in the mirror. He kept pulling back the bandages and looking at the scars. Liu wanted to see them too, but felt that it might be imprudent to ask. "I'm glad you're home, Jeff. I really missed you, and I'm glad you're okay," Liu said to Jeff as he stared at himself. "I'm not okay, Liu, and neither are you. None of us are, really. There's a sickness here. The only difference is, now my sickness shows on the outside as well." "There's a sickness in society, Liu." Jeff replied, his voice as flat as that on an answering machine. "What are you talking about?" Liu asked. "One day, you'll see it too. This is what happens, though. This is what happens when it all falls down," Jeff said, still peeking behind his bandages. "Jeff? I don't know what you're trying to say, man," Liu responded. Jeff didn't reply, though, and after several moments, Liu left him alone. Liu went down to his parents' bedroom and knocked on the door. What is it? The voice of the mother asked. Mom? I think Jeff is acting a little weird. You may want to come talk to him. Go away, Liu. Leave your mother alone, his father's voice answered. Liu, being young, had no other ideas, so he returned to his own bedroom. He didn't know that those would be the last words he'd ever hear his parents speak to him. Here we go. That night, Sheila and Mad Woods awoke together. Both being light sleepers, it took little to bring them out of slumber. The sudden removal of their blanket, as it was snatched from the bed, did the trick just fine. They awoke to see a small light coming from the half-bath that was situated in their master bedroom. The door was cracked only slightly, and the light source was weak. They could make out a human shape, standing over their bed, though. What? What is going on? Sheila grumbled. As their vision came into focus, they realized their son was standing before them. Mad reached over and flipped on the lamp next to their bed. Jeff was standing there, his bandages off, his disfigured face beaming down at them, with a long kitchen knife clutched in his hand. What are you doing, son? Mad asked, his mind still trying to shake out the cobwebs of sleep. He's got a knife! Sheila screamed, grabbing at her husband's arm. Mad kept his composure, though. Sheila? It's probably the painkillers. He likely got up and got disoriented. Relax, for Christ's sake. Jeff tilted his head to one side, still not speaking. He stared hard at his father, slowly bringing the knife up, ensuring that he saw it as well. Son? What are you doing? Matt asked. Scaring you, Jeff replied, with no emotion in his voice. Matt? Do something, Sheila pleaded. Okay, son, I realize that you've been through a lot, but you need to go back to bed. I'm gonna call the doctor in the morning and... Jeff moved quickly across to his father's side of the bed, his head moving about, alternating between a normal-looking young man and the deformed ghoul that had been lurking in the shadows. Okay, son, you wanted to scare me. You did it. Is that what you wanted? Matt asked, adjusting to the middle of the bed to put distance between himself and his son. Good. Now I can start hurting you. Jeff spoke again, with no emotion. His father had time to utter a single syllable, most likely to ask another question, to try and reason with the son. Jeff, however, gave him time to do no more than that. He lunged into the bed, driving the knife into his father's stomach. Matt attempted to fend Jeff off, but the wound to his midsection rendered him into shock, and his arm fell to the side. Jeff could hear his mother screaming, but paid no mind. He wanted to finish with his father first. Removing the knife, Jeff stabbed down into the stomach 3 more times. Quickly, his father gasped and coughed up blood. His body jerked and twitched each time the knife found its mark. After the 3rd time, Mad Woods lay still. Sheila had backed up against the headboard of the bed. She wanted to climb down, make a run for it, but she'd balled herself up between the headboard and the end table. In her frantic state of terror and confusion, she couldn't figure out how to do something as simple as dismount a bed. Jeff, why are you doing this to us? She asked feebly. Randy started it. You must have known that. But you ignored it. Liu had a busted lip. You must have seen that, but you ignored it. I was shot in the face with a flare gun. But you believed Randy. Why? So you could fit in? Jeff asked in a low, almost growling voice. No, baby. I believed in you. It was just your father's job, and we were new here, and... Oh, God, Jeff, please. his mother begged. "Tell me about homeschool, Mom. Tell me all about how you don't want to send me out into the public because of my face. Tell me how none of the other kids will want to be my friend, how none of their parents will want to be yours. Tell me about that, Mom. Tell me how nice it's going to be, you home, homeschooling me." "Jeff, please! I was just stressed. I was worried about you, that's all. Please, I love you." "Mom, I think you should take your own advice, you know? What you told Liu when we got home tonight. You wanted to do something nice to welcome me home. And do you remember what you told us to do instead?" Jeff asked, as he was now crawled over, cornering his mother on the bed. "What did I say?" she asked, the question coming out barely a whisper. "Shh. Go to sleep." Jeff snarled and drove the knife into his mother's chest. He stabbed her over and over again, and as he did, he finally found that perfect recipe, that heavenly blend, the rage, hate, and pleasure all mixed into one perfect formula, and for a while, Jeff became lost in it all. Jeff opened his brother's bedroom door, not surprised to find his brother asleep. He had dozed off with his headphones in, so he slept through all the shouting. That was fine with Jeff. It was easier that Liu not have to hear all of that. Jeff sat down on his brother's bed and nudged him slightly. It took him a moment, but Liu finally opened his eyes and looked up. Jeff removed his headphones for him. "You're free now, Liu," he spoke softly. "Jeff, what are you talking about?" Liu mumbled, still half asleep. "You'll see in the morning. I just wanted to let you know that I love you. You've been my best friend. Remember that, okay?" "Thanks, I love you too. Now, let me go back to sleep," Liu replied, already dozing off again. Jeff smiled and stood up. As he left the room, he looked back at his sleeping brother one last time before he vanished into the night. Woo! Oh my god! Clappy, clappy, clap, clap, clap. Oh my god. Nano Abyss says that was actually way better. I mean, the concept itself is goofy, but yeah, that was actually way better. That was actually a really good reboot. Well, I think this, upgraded itself from, shitty fanfic made in an afternoon after, a kid got beaten up in school to, B-movie slasher drama film type stuff, you know? It's not the best thing in the world, but it's definitely an improvement. It doesn't have the stupid bleach, but I do kind of miss the whole, white leathery face with the eyes and, the mouth, you know? This is, Jeff the Killer if it was, basically a B-movie. Slasher B-movie stuff. Jeff the Flare Gun. Exactly. Exactly, Martin. It's really well done, but Postra's rewrite is way better. Ooh. Should we go into that one as well, then? I mean, before we do, I just have to say, it is kind of crazy that Jeff the Killer as, a concept became so big that someone else wanted to do a whole reboot of his story. Author's note. Credit for the characters of Jeff, Liu, Keith, Troy, and Randy go to the original author of Jeff the Killer. This is my remake of Jeff the Killer, voted for through a community challenge in 2015, to become the new Jeff the Killer story, to be featured on the Creepypasta Wiki. This is not the original story, but rather a retelling. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed it. I like that Randy was like, actually a character that had like some amount of sympathy to him. He wasn't like a mafia boss that was collecting like protection money on the bus stop. Like he was just a bored kid trying to like play around with like someone else's bike. Like he was not just a psycho. He was like just a bored kid. Randy has some more dimensionality. Exactly, Sasue. What I don't understand is why he wanted to do that whole display of like being like the big boss and like scare Jeff, even though they both kind of got along. I guess he had to turn out to be an asshole, Don't mess with Big Rand. He'll bite your toes off. Flowey character. Exactly. Like, he was cool for a second. He was feigning actually being, like, a cool kid. But nah, he wanted to be a bitch. He wanted to be a bitch. He didn't even get what he deserved. Like, at the end of the story, Jeff killed his parents and didn't really, like, go after Randy or anything. I thought that he would, like, at least kill Randy. The boy that said that everything on the town was fake, but he himself was also fake. I like this idea of Jeff the Killer being, like, the product of parents that are completely uncaring for their children. Like this idea of pushing a child to the point that they have nowhere else to go in their life. I like the idea that Randy was talking about how everyone was fake, and that reflected onto, like, Jeff's parents. Like, it actually showed that Jeff's parents were fake. And the moment that he realized that, he took care of them so that Liu would have a better life. He was a product of society. Ooh. Martin says, I think they wanted to portray Randy probably has a huge deal with inferiority due to how he's treated by the figures of authority around him. But it's handled pretty weirdly, I think. I think it would have been, like, better if, like, Randy had to act like he was the big dick around town in front of his friends, Like, maybe he was just a normal kid, but because his friends expect him to be, like, the big bad boss, he has to act tough and, like, let Jeff get beaten up by them or something like that. That would have been a little bit more interesting than him just suddenly becoming, like, a traitor in, like, 2/3 through the story. Skello says, I really do like that Liu wasn't killed off like in the OG. It feels like Jeff actually does care enough for him to not to kill him, even though he is absolutely fucked in the head. Yeah. It seemed like the two brothers actually had, like, a camaraderie going on. Like, they were the only things in their lives that, like, were actually genuine. Like, a genuine bond between those two people. Like, a brotherly bond. And, like, after Liu was, like, away and was not there to, like, calm down Jeff, like, that's when he, like, absolutely spiraled down. The fact that he wanted to protect Jeff and killed his parents, not because of himself, well, he did it for himself because, like, he felt good, but also that he could give Liu a better life in his own fucked up way. That's pretty cool, actually. Twisted Myth says, I like how, for the original, no one in the chat cared when Jeff killed, but for the 2015 remake, we cared. We wanted blood. I mean, yeah, considering the type of story that we're going through right now, like, I'm pretty sure that most of the chat would have, like, cheered on to get the parents, like, the shit-ass, horrible parents killed. Like, fuck those. Fuck those people. Like, they didn't even have a good marriage. Like, they were about to divorce anyway, and they moved into, like, a fake-ass neighborhood, and, like, everyone... Like, they didn't like anyone. They just wanted to be part of the cool, rich people club, you know? I like this idea that Jeff the Killer is born from a fake world. Everyone around him is fake. Like, he's just sitting there with this rage inside of him. And once he actually gets this taste, like this genuine hatred and sadism, he actually, like, transforms. It's like this, like, kiddish, like, teenager, like, Joker kind of persona. It's not, like, the best, most, like, amazing, well-written story, but it's, like, yeah, it's kind of charming, you know? It feels like something that would come out of this, like, teenager period in your life, where, like, you think that you're above everyone else, and, like, you're the only one that's genuine, and everyone around you is, like, a poser. Like, that teenager rage inside of you. Like, I can imagine that resonating with people that read this story back in the day, you know? Hold on a second, I'm gonna drink a little bit. Ace Drawing says, I feel like Liu was the only semblance of reality that Jeff had. Yeah, because all throughout the story they say that this new town was completely fake and boring and nothing happened there. Like, they really didn't have anyone else but themselves. So the moment that Liu left his life, everything went to shit. Ness the Skeleton says, I'm a teenager, but I don't have rage. I might have buried it before it started. It depends on the kind of shit that you go through in your, like, teenage years, you know? The parents in the second were so awful, but sadly too real for some people. Yeah, in the first one, the parents were barely characters. In the first one, they didn't even fucking care if one of their, like, kids went to juvie. Like, I find that so hilarious that Liu, in the first story, basically came out to the police, showed them, like, the scars and everything, and they carted him off into juvie. And the parents were like, oh, well, fuck Liu, I guess. At least Jeff or Boy didn't get arrested. And it's like, what the fuck, lady? Why do you not care about Liu? Why do you only care about Jeffy Jeff? What the hell? But in the second story, this reboot, both parents don't really give a shit about either kid. It kind of gives me that vibe, you know, of, like, those types of parents that never really were prepared to be parents. They were just, like, they just accidentally got pregnant, and then they have to raise these kids. But in reality, they're just too focused on their own bullshit to be able to be, like, good parents. It's like the kids are just there, hanging on, being leeches to them. Like, if the kids didn't exist, the parents' lives would be so much better. And that's shit. Imagine how awful that must feel to a kid, you know? You're not being there to be, like, taught how to be better or how to, like, live and, like, be your own person. You're just like a hanger-on that like, you're just a problem that the parents have to deal with. It really feels like that was what the author, like, tapped into for, like, this reboot, you know? Misty says, having grown up in an abusive home, I can affirm that this rage is all too real. I was actually fantasizing about unaliving my mom so she couldn't hurt me and my siblings anymore. Yeah, see, that's fucked up. That is super fucked up. And that's the kind of thing that makes people into Jeff the Killer fans. That's the kind of shit that gets you to draw, like, corpses and body parts in, like, your school notebook, like, when you're a kid, you know? Like, that edginess. That, like, edge, like, nobody understands me, rah! When you're, like, in high school or, like, early college. Twisted Myth says, Jeff knew he had violent urges and tried to keep himself under control, and Liu helped with that, and when Liu left, Jeff didn't care. Exactly. Missy, hopefully you are in a better place right now. Hopefully you don't Jeff the Kill, you parents. Remember, everybody, even if your life is miserable, don't Jeff the Kill. It's just pretty bad. Hold on a second. Sasho says, okay, but before we start, I just want to say that Pastra's take goes in an unexpected direction. Yep, we're about to read, this is the third part of the stream, and we're about to read now Pastra's Jeff the Killer. This one is way longer than the other ones, by the way, so I just kind of want to, like, talk to people before we start this, because when I start, I'm not going to stop until it's finished, so I just want to make sure that everyone is well seated for this. Finally, we're at the good part of the stream. I don't know, I kind of enjoyed, like, reading the other ones, though. It just, I guess it's kind of nostalgic, you know? Like I'm saying this to you, like, it reminds me of that old teenager rage vibe. That, like, fuck you, Mom, you don't understand me. You should have loved me more. Meh. You know? Unfortunately, I have to go in a moment, so I won't be around for the Pastra version. That's okay, Ruby. You can always watch the VOD. I mean, half the point of this stream is to just sit down with the VOD and just relax, you know? So, you can always pick it back up later. Don't worry, I will make sure that I have everything timestamped for you guys, so you can skip around the VOD if you want to listen to some parts. Ace Drawing says, this stream has become something to listen to while I'm doing my work. I can't wait for Pastra's version. Yep. I am just about to listen... I mean, we're just about to listen to that. 321 Pie Time says... has been a member for 7 months and says, this live reading is sponsored by... no, you're wrong there, Pie Time. This is not sponsored by G Fuel. This is sponsored by Gamersubs. I mean, not really, like... I don't have, like, the code on the screen right now, but I am drinking some right now, and it's pretty cool. King Purple says, time to set up a sleep timer in case I fall asleep. Oh, that'd be great. I don't exactly know how long this reading is going to be. Let me go search up, Pastra's own reading of it on YouTube. Pastra Jeff the Killer. So, the reading that's currently on Pastra's own channel is about 2 hours. So, yeah, this is going to be the other half of the stream, pretty much. I'm also going to split these up into chapters. These ones have actual chapters, by the way, so I'm going to timestamp the VOD with the different chapters, and maybe we're going to talk about the story as the chapters go on. So it's probably going to be longer than 2 hours, but hopefully you guys enjoy it. I'm in a game programming groove right now, and this in the background is a perfect atmosphere. Thank you. Alright. Hold on. Let me just crack my back a little bit. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. I'm at work right now, and this is great to pass the time. Thank you. I enjoyed the video. I'll definitely enjoy the reading. Hopefully you guys like this experiment overall. I'm trying to, like, remain quiet, so, like, I don't raise my voice too much. So, hopefully this is still cool, and you guys, like, were not expecting me to, like, laugh uncontrollably at this stupid shit, at the funny stuff that happens in these stories. This is just, you know, relaxed. A relaxed vibe. Dav says, Jeff the Killer wouldn't have Jeff the Killed if he simply used code TOXIC for 10% off on gamersops.gg. Exactly. Remember, if you ever feel that black syrup inside of yourself, if you can almost taste the combination of anger and pleasure, just get some gamer subs. That'll clean you right up. Don't worry. I can assure you that Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000 tastes way better than that black syrupy concoction. I can guarantee you that. If you... Tarkat says, if you have that weird feeling, use code TOXIC for 10% off at gamersubs.gg/toxic. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. What's that background music that Zach uses on his videos a lot? Does anybody, like, remember or know the little music that he uses for, like, his videos as, like, a background track? Hey, thank you for the 11 months. Perfect to have in the background while I draw. Hell yeah. Welcome to the stream. FNAF World Halloween sound. Is that it? No, this is not in. I don't think so. Sweet dreams are made of these. I don't know the specifics, but it's definitely from Mew. It's called Pastor Song, and you can't tell me otherwise. I need to find, like, a good backing music for this. It was, like, Halloween themed, Halloween something. I could just ask them right now. FNAF World Halloween Backstage. Oh, there it is. That's it, right? Alright. Time to go into it. Time to read Pastra's Jeff the Killer. Chapter 1. J. Douglas. Rain poured down on Carpenter's Landing relentlessly. It was one of the worst storms that the town had seen in years, and it showed no signs of stopping. Lightning flashed throughout the sky in massive bursts, with booming thunder following soon after. Following yet another long night of drinking alone in his dingy apartment, J. Douglas tried to sleep despite the storm. Long black curtains covered his window to shield his eyes from the bright flashes that came and went. But he was left defenseless to the explosive sounds that always followed. His digital clock struck 2 in the morning when one such sound woke him from his deep sleep. The thunder was louder than before, reverberating through his entire room, so loudly he could feel it shaking. The sound startled him awake, shooting up from his bed and swinging out his arms in such a fashion that it knocked over an empty bottle that sat on the nightstand next to him. It fell on the ground loudly, hitting first against the lamp that sat next to it and then rattling against the floorboards, aggravating the hangover he already could feel coming on. "Ah, fuck," he mumbled to himself as he put his hand to his forehead and stared at the clock next to him. The pain in his head came in short, stinging bursts. It felt like at any moment it might split open. As his hand touched his forehead, he could also feel the cold sweat that had collected there. That was when he felt the draft. He slowly looked around his room, trying to identify the source of the mild breeze that brushed across his body. The window remained closed, the black curtain over it maintaining its stillness. The old, dusty fan he kept in the far right corner of his room was turned off, just as he left it. He jumped suddenly at the sight of a dark silhouette in the corner of his room. Quickly, he turned his body over to the side, turning on the lamp next to him. It illuminated the room in an instant, revealing the shadow to be nothing more than a pile of dirty laundry he had let sit there for over a week now. "God damn it," he said to himself, laying out a weak, sarcastic chuckle as he continued to observe his surroundings. The lamp helped him identify the origin of the breeze, with his sights finally locking on the left side of his room. The door was left ajar, slowly pushing open as if something had made contact with it. This was odd. Jay lived alone, and he could have sworn that he closed the door behind him when he got home from work that night. He threw the thin blankets he was covering himself with off his bed, getting up to investigate. He nearly tripped over the bottle left on the floor as he made his way towards the door, cursing to himself as he struggled to regain balance. As he made his way to the door, he grabbed a hold of it to stop its movements, peering out into the darkness of his apartment to see what could have caused it to be left open. He turned to the left, being greeted only by the darkness of the hallways before him, then to the right, staring into his living room. That was when he noticed something else that seemed off. The window to his living room was left wide open, allowing the rain to pour in all over his furniture. The wind pushed around more bottles left on the floor, being heard clinking together faintly. Jay opened the door fully and made his way out of the room, stopping for a moment to lean against the wall and once again to grab at his forehead. The longer he was awake, the worse the throbbing in his head got. It felt like someone was grabbing at his brain and squeezing, a sensation that was nearly enough to make him vomit. He stumbled his way to the window, making an effort not to trip over any of the miscellaneous bottles left about, or his coffee table that sat right next to it, covered in burnt cigarette butts and ash. The carpet he had under his couch was drenched, combining with the frigid winds coming through the window to make Jay feel as though he were freezing. He shivered as he used all the energy he had to slam the window closed. And then he stood there for a moment. "Did I open the window when I came home?" he thought to himself, trying and failing to recollect the events that transpired only hours before. Jay came home in a drunken state, barely even able to walk through the door as he made his way to bed. Nights like this were common for him. It was just his way of working through the day-to-day life that was Carpenter's Landing. The town wasn't kind to him, nor the majority of people that made the mistake of calling it home. Sometimes, it was easier to just spend the night drinking, hoping that you would forget everything the next morning. Eventually, Jay decided that it was for the best that he just go back to bed, not worrying about whatever it was that he got up to hours before. His headache wasn't going away for a while, and the last thing he wanted was to stay awake any longer for it to get worse. He mustered up the strength to make the short trek back to his room, nearly falling over at one point and using the wall for support. As he arrived there, he practically collapsed into his bed, not even being bothered to pull his blanket back over himself. Jay tried to drift back into sleep, but that was when he noticed something else that was odd. A smell that now permeated all throughout his room. Burned cigarettes. He knew that smell better than any, and it was strong. Not even bothering to open his eyes again, he felt around his bed blindly to see if maybe he had left out any in the open. Nothing. Perhaps if he were completely sober or in less of a tired state, he would have given the smell more thought. But the grogginess of sleep was washing over him once more, and the accompanying headache now felt like a hammer continuously hitting against the front of his skull. All Jay wanted was to sleep, and so despite his suspicions, he soon drifted off once more. He was found dead the next morning. Go to sleep, Jay. Go to sleep. Okay. That was kind of cool. Just the description of the man. Nothing about what actually happened to him. Interesting. Alright. Chapter 2. Samuel Morgan. The storm from the night prior persisted into the early hours of the morning when Samuel Morgan got the call. Another victim of the Ghost Stalker, found dead in his apartment on Cable Crescent. He was barely awake, shaking off the grogginess as he assured his partner over the phone that he would be there soon. He slowly shuffled his way out of bed, making an effort not to wake his wife, who was still fast asleep. Samuel made his way to the washroom, inspecting himself in the mirror to see if he was presentable enough to go to the crime scene as he was. The many sleepless nights were not kind to him. His already wrinkled face now had the addition of dark bags that hung low beneath his eyes. His mustache was unkempt, with new gray hairs flecked alongside the brown. The same could be seen from his hair, with what was left of it shifting to a similar shade from age and stress. Good enough, he mumbled to himself, making no attempt to tidy his appearance before getting ready. He simply slipped into his uniform from the day prior, grabbed whatever quick breakfast meal was left in the fridge for him, and stepped out the door before his wife could wake. The storm had somehow gotten worse than it was during the night. The sky was stained a deep shade of gray, bringing down cascades of dark water which flooded the streets like a river. Driving to the crime scene was a nightmare in that weather. Samuel had to take several detours due to his usual route being blocked off from the flooding, turning a 10-minute drive into 20. By the time he finally got there, paramedics were seen carrying the body out of the dilapidated apartment complex on a large stretcher. Samuel could see his partner, Norman Keller, waiting outside for him. The kid looked shaken up, as if this were his first crime scene all over again. He nervously paced back and forth like in the pouring rain, letting it soak his uniform and drench his black hair that he kept slicked back to keep out of his eyes. Lighting a cigarette, Samuel stepped out of his car to do the same song and dance he was used to by now. The moment Norman saw him approaching, he immediately broke free from the disassociated trance he was in, calling out to Samuel before he had even gotten across the street. "What the hell took you so long?" he yelled, his arms folding into his chest. Samuel completely ignored this remark as he made his way towards his partner. Up close, he could now see that Norman was visibly shaking, but he couldn't tell if it was from the cold or whatever happened before he'd arrived. Norman went to provide the details of the murder, but got distracted the moment he got a good, proper look at Samuel. He pulled him aside, keeping his hand on his shoulder as he whispered to him, "Sam, I thought you told your wife that you'd quit." Norman pointed at the cigarette in Samuel's mouth. The older cop rolled his eyes at the comments, pulling the cigarette out of his mouth and stamping it on the ground. "Norman, does that really matter right now?" Samuel said as he turned back towards the apartment, staring up at the sorry state it was in. The complex, just like every other building in Cable Crescent, looked like it had been abandoned years ago. The building was one giant, soulless block of concrete with windows shoddily implemented into the sides of it to give the illusion of a proper living space. Just give me the details. Same as the others? His gaze never broke from the building as he spoke. Norman shook his head and lightly face-palmed, embarrassed that he even let himself get distracted from what was at hand. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, same as the others. Caucasian, male, brunette, early 20s. Was found at like around 5 in the morning by a sister who came by to check on him. Poor girl found him in his bed with his throat slashed. Norman let out a long, exasperated sigh as he finished explaining. And what about family? Were you able to get in contact with anyone else? Samuel asked, continuing the conversation as if he'd heard it 100 times before. Only family we are currently aware of is the sister. No parents we can contact, and we're looking into any friends who may have known him, Norman said as he now walked in front of Samuel, trying to grab his attention. It's definitely our guy. Matches his whole MO to a T. Witnesses? Samuel responded, folding his arms as he slowly met his partner's gaze. Nope. Nothing new that can help us find our guy. Just another victim to add to the list. As Norman replied, Samuel went to speak but was interrupted as his partner suddenly piped up again, oddly excitedly. But that doesn't mean that we aren't getting closer. Samuel looked at Norman confused, raising one of his bushy eyebrows as he spoke. Yeah, Norman, that is exactly what that means, he said sarcastically. Norman immediately continued, not letting Samuel's snide remarks stop him. No, you don't get what I mean. See, last night after you went home, I started doing a little bit of detective work myself. And after a couple of hours of digging into, like, some old reports and talking to some people, I think we might actually be able to figure out who our guy is. Samuel was surprised by the sudden conviction of his usually immature partner, but also took what he was saying with a grain of salt. Norman was, by all intents and purposes, still a rookie. He made reckless decisions that Samuel usually had to clean up after. So, hearing this didn't really inspire the awe that Norman had hoped. He tilted his head, waiting for Norman to continue. Now, I can tell from your expression that you're skeptical, but trust me, I got something good here. Last night, after you left, I got a call from someone claiming that they had a run-in with our guy. As Norman explained his process, he began to pace around in the rain like before. I talked to them about it, and the account they gave me sounded really oddly familiar. Like, I'd heard the story before. Please get on with it, Samuel grumbled as he rubbed his hand against his head. I was going to. You can't rush me here, Norman responded, raising his voice slightly and moving his hands in an exaggerated fashion. It took him a moment to regain his train of thought before he could continue. Anyways, I realized after talking to the guy why it sounded so familiar. A couple of guys a few months back reported some really similar encounters. And what do you know? When I decided to do a background check, all of these guys had the same description as our killer's victims. Caucasian, male, brunette, early 20s. As he finished explaining, he stopped in his tracks completely, holding his arms in grandiose fashion, waiting for his partner's approval. Samuel did see the merit in Norman's research, but also couldn't help but find himself questioning it. Interesting, he said quietly, putting his hand to his chin, lost in thought. And what makes you think that this wasn't a coincidence? Do you have any way of proving that these people's stories line up with our killer? Nope, said Norman, with an odd amount of confidence. And that, my friend, is why I asked them all to come to the station today. You what? Samuel asked, now more confused than ever. Why would you ask these people to come to the station with no proof if they are even involved in this? You're just working on a hunch. As he spoke, Samuel sounded more and more exhausted with Norman's reckless actions. now rubbing his hand against his head, as if to fight off a headache. "Sam, buddy, look. Here's how I see it. Right now, a hunch is the best thing that we've had to work with. We've got a maniac on the loose and not a single lead as to who he could be. I figured that we could give this a shot. Let these people tell their stories, see if what they describe lines up with our guy, and if that might give us the info we need, you know?" Norman explained, waving his hands in all different directions as he spoke. There was a long pause as Samuel considered what his partner was saying. He ultimately let out a long sigh as he agreed to play along. "Fine. We'll go to the station and see what they can tell us. But Norman, this better not be a waste of our time." Trust me, it won't be. Trust me. I got a good feeling about this." Norman cut off Samuel, already heading back to his car. As he swung the door open, he waved to Samuel, shouting him from a distance. "I'll see you back at the station. Don't be late this time." And with that, he drove off, splashing water from the street everywhere. Samuel soon followed his partner to the Carpenter's Landing Police Department, pulling over on the side of the road and stepping out of his car. As he made his way inside, he was greeted by Norman again, who took him to where the three men were waiting to give their testimonies. Before they entered the room, Samuel voiced some concerns with his partner. "They haven't spoken with each other, have they? The men you called? I don't want their stories getting mixed up with each other." He spoke sternly, making sure Norman understood what he was talking about. No, they haven't. Each of them only arrived a little bit ago, and they're just waiting in front of the desk to give their testimonies. None of their stories are going to be jumbled up with each other. It'll be fine." Norman reassured his partner, gesturing with his hands for him to calm down. "Now, if you want to wait in there..." He pointed towards the small room they stood in front of, the window revealing an empty white room with a table in the middle. "I can go get our first guy." Samuel didn't say anything else. He simply opened the door and stepped foot into the interview room to await the first of the three witnesses. A few minutes passed in by silence, with Samuel reconsidering even bothering with this when he could be investigating any other leads regarding the killer. Before he could decide to just get up and leave, though, Norman arrived with the first of their witnesses. The man who walked in with him was a tall, larger fellow with brown stubble and a large black hoodie. His head was clean-shaven, and he had a friendly look to him. He and Samuel shook hands before he took a seat at the table across from the officers. "Sam, this here is Bruce MacDonald." Norman introduced the man, now sitting with them, who gave a small, awkward wave in response. "I'm told, Bruce, that you had a run-in with somebody who may be the guy that we're currently looking for. What can you tell us about that night?" "We want all the details you can provide." Samuel made sure to speak in a softer tone than his usual. Hold on a second. Oh boy. Ooh. I almost coughed a little bit there. Don't worry about that. Samuel made sure to speak in a softer tone than his usual speaking voice, to try and make Bruce as comfortable as possible. "Well, I guess I better start with what my buddies and I were doing before anything happened," Bruce said, trailing off as he began to explain his account of what happened the night he came face to face with death. "Sorry guys, Jeff killed me just a little bit, but I recovered though." Speaking of which, let's go into Bruce's account in Chapter 3, Bruce MacDonald. A couple months ago, myself and a few friends went on a week-long bender, traveling around the city and getting up to no good. It was something I did far more often than I like to admit. My buddy Jay, in particular, enabled this behavior in me, convinced me that there was nothing else to do in the city, and he needed friends to keep him company while he spiraled out of control. I don't remember much from this bender. Most of the time they were just a blur until I would inevitably get dropped off at home, sober up, and then get ready to go on another. What I do remember, clear as day though, was the night I was dropped off at my apartment. It was a stormy night like this one. Rain flooded the streets so badly that Jay could barely keep his shitbox of a car on the road. Felt like a miracle when he dropped me off at my apartment late that night. I stumbled my way up the stairs to my floor, tripping over my own feet as I got to the door. I remember being so shit-faced drunk that I could barely even grab a hold of my keys to open the door, only to find out that I had made the stupid mistake of leaving it completely unlocked. I started cursing to myself the second I realized how badly I'd messed up, storming into my house and immediately checking to see if anything had been stolen. I lived in a bad part of town. If you didn't lock your doors, someone was sure to take advantage of that moment you stepped out of the house. My brother, a while back, had his whole place robbed just like that. Bunch of guys showed up when he wasn't around and took practically everything valuable that wasn't nailed to the floor. I remember I looked at my whole apartment up and down, checking for anything that could have been taken. I looked through my drawers, opened every closet. Hell, I even looked at my fridge to make sure that they didn't take any food. Maybe it was because I was so intoxicated at the time that everything was kind of a blur, but I remember being shocked to find that, to my knowledge, nothing had been stolen. Maybe it was because I didn't have anything really worth stealing. Maybe it was because I was just lucky, but either way, the panic slowly faded from my system, and all I could think about after was food. I wanted to sober up at least a little bit before I headed to bed that night. I opened my fridge again, grabbing whatever miscellaneous items were in there to make the worst sandwich known to man, when suddenly, all the lights inside of it went dark. I knew exactly what that meant, going over to the main light switch to my apartment and flicking it up and down. No lights. The part of town I lived in was known for having shitty electricity, so it was no surprise that the storm took out the power. I just let out an exhausted sigh and continued throwing together my delicious mustard and cheese sandwich. Ugh. Mustard and cheese? Ate it surprisingly fast for how awful it tasted, and made my way back to bed. I was quick to fall asleep. The rain outside was oddly soothing, and the alcohol running through my system had me feeling tired already. I would have slept like a log that night if not for the stench that woke me up only hours later. It was 3 a.m. when I shot awake, sitting up from in my bed with a cold sweat. The smell filled my entire room. The rancid smell of burnt cigarettes and gasoline. At first I thought there had somehow been a fire, but when I frantically looked around the room, it was too dark to be able to see anything. I blindly felt around the nightstand next to me for my phone, turning on the flashlight with what little battery had left. That was when I saw something that I still remember, clear as day, even in the dark of my room, even despite the grogginess and intoxication I was fighting off at the time. A hand. A hand that for but a moment was revealed sticking out from under my bed. A hand which quickly retreated back into the darkness the moment the light of my flashlight revealed it. I froze there for a moment, staring down at the floor in a surreal form of terror I had never felt before. I couldn't tell if the man under my bed knew I had seen him or not, but regardless, I pretended I hadn't. I moved the light around my room with trembling hands as I tried to identify anything else that was wrong. Nothing. The smell was coming from him. It had to be. I tried my hardest to think of what to do in the situation. I had to get out of the room. I didn't want the intruder to know I was awake and aware of his presence. Best I could think to do was play it off like I had woken up, needing to use the washroom. I slowly shuffled my way to the foot of my bed, letting out a fake, tired yawn, and spoke under my breath something along the lines of, "Man, I gotta piss." I then tried to stand up and make my way towards the door, using my phone's flashlight to ensure I didn't trip over anything in the dark. As I grabbed onto the doorknob, I carefully turned it so that not to look as though I was in a rush. I heard something that made my blood run cold, the sound of shuffling behind me, and a raspy, whispering voice that spoke to me from under my bed. "Where are you going?" he said to me, as I quickly turned around with the flashlight to reveal the source of the sound. The man was now climbing out from under the bed, struggling to pull himself out as his eyes locked onto mine. In that moment, I could make out all the ghastly details of his face. He was pale, pale as a ghost. His skin looked like rough leather, and a disgusting, unnatural smile crept across his face, all the way up to his eyes. It looked so painful, almost like his true smile stopped at a certain point and roughly transitioned into a large, infected wound that held the shape of it. His eyes were no better, wide and bloodshot, with dark black rings stained around them. Hair clung to his head in patches, with what was there being long, black, greasy strands that went down to his shoulders. As he struggled to pull himself out from under my bed, I could see what he was wearing. A filthy, white hoodie, covered in what looked like dirt and dried, dark blood. My phone battery died mere seconds after revealing the man, giving me only a brief glance at him before I left to fend for myself in complete and total darkness. My fight or flight response kicked in. I let out a horrible scream, throwing my door open and sprinting through my apartment as fast as my weak legs could take me. I ran into my living room, tripping over the side of my couch and falling to the floor in the pitch-black darkness. I lay there for a moment, trying to regain my composure, when I heard the sound of wet footsteps closing in behind me. That gave me enough adrenaline to get back up, booking it for the door and slamming it closed behind me. I remember running down the halls of my apartment, slamming on the doors of my neighbors, screaming for help. Eventually, one of them opened their door, a guy about my age who tried to calm me down. He asked what was wrong, and I told him that someone had broken into my home. His face went pale, and he beckoned me inside, pulling out his cell phone to call the police. It wasn't long before the officers arrived and searched the entire premises. They couldn't find any intruders. It seemed like the man had slipped out in the time it took for them to get there. They asked me a couple of questions, finding empty beer bottles and tobacco around my house. I assured them that he was there, and that I had no idea who he was. After that night, I was paranoid. I never left the house and kept everything locked at all times. I remember my buddy Jay tried calling me to go out, but I kept ignoring him, scared that if I left, that man would eventually find a way back into my house while I was away. Eventually, he stopped talking to me, choosing to continue our destructive habits alone. Months later, I ended up going to rehab. The whole experience kinda scared me straight, in a weird way. Seeing someone like that in my house, being that close to potentially dying, it put the state of my life into perspective in a way I never thought it would. Anytime I think about going back to my old habits now, whether it be weed or alcohol, I just think about that face staring at me from the dark, and it makes me think twice. I just hope that my body is doing all right now without me. Anyways, the reason I came here to talk to you two is because I've been hearing about the murders going on, about how this guy shows up at night and kills people in their sleep. Every time I hear someone bring it up, I just can't help but think it's the same guy I saw that night. I hope my story helps make finding him easier. Nobody should have to go through what I did that night. And with the story finished, Bruce MacDonald let out a long, exhausted sigh. Samuel could see a great deal of relief all over the man's face, and for a moment, he broke from his tough cop demeanor to give him a soft smile. Norman looked over at Samuel with concern, his eyes wide since the mention of who the two assumed to be Jay Douglas. Samuel met his partner's gaze knowingly, quietly shaking his head and hoping that Norman would get the hint to not tell the man in front of them what happened to his friend. "Thank you, Bruce," Samuel said with a light nod. "Your story helps us a lot with this investigation. And don't worry, we promise that this man will be caught." Bruce gave Samuel the same soft smile as Norman stood to escort him out of the room. As Bruce made his way down the hall, he passed someone who appeared to be making their way to the same room he was interviewed. A smaller individual, with a skinnier build and dark bags under their eyes. Their brown hair was cut short, and they wore a worn-out t-shirt and jeans. As the two passed one another, Bruce gave a small wave to the stranger. They simply passed him by with no regard and walked into the interview room to give their own testimony. Ooh, brother. Alright, this guy seems like way much of a monster than the other two Jeff the Killers. That's pretty interesting. That's the end of chapter 3 out of... let me see. How many chapters? Around 9. Alright. 3 chapters out of 9. Oh boy. Hey Shad, thank you for the super chat. But it's getting good now. Oh yeah, this is way more of a slower burn. You don't actually get the perspective of Jeff. You get the perspective of their victims in this story. I can imagine like this next guy will be like the same. Chapter 4. Ashley Carter. Alright, Ashley. Let's see what you got. My name is Ashley Carter. I was born and raised in Carpenter's Landing. Unfortunately, life wasn't exactly easy for me growing up. My older brother was a deadbeat, and my parents both ended up leaving us at some point when I was still young, so I had to spend the better part of my life putting up with that day by day. I try not to let those experiences bring me down a similar path though, you know? I saw what it brought my brother, and I wanted to be better. That was why, instead of getting into drugs and alcohol like every other person who lives here, I tried to make the best of my situation. I did well in school, saved what little money I had, and I have been studying law at the Tremblay Community College for the last couple of years now. If all goes well, I'll be out of this town as soon as I graduate. All that to say, my story actually started at my college campus. I was up late one night working up on a project. I was studying the Woods family homicide that happened a couple of years back and completely lost track of time. The Woods family? Oh shit. I remember that from the old story. The sun was setting by the time I'd noticed how long I was there. Looking at the time, I figured I'd worked hard enough and could make my way home to spend the rest of the night relaxing. I lived close to the campus, only about 10 minutes away at the longest, so usually I just chose to walk instead of taking the bus or driving. That night was no different. I must have been halfway to my house by the time the streetlights began turning on one by one around me. Each of them flickered to life pathetically, with some of them glowing dully, and others burning out completely as I passed them by. It was at these lights began to illuminate the streets that I noticed him following me. This guy in a white hoodie who walked on the sidewalk parallel next to me. I didn't see him until one of the lights above revealed him, walking at an equal pace to mine. At first, I didn't pay him any mind. I saw plenty of guys like him on my walks home, and some of them had even approached me before asking me for things like spare change. That was why I wasn't alarmed, as I should have been when he began to make his way to my side of the sidewalk. I saw him take a sharp turn onto the middle of the street, keeping his hands in his pockets and his head low. With the closer look I now had at the guy, I could see that he was also wearing a white medical mask over his face that concealed most of his features. I was a bit worried by his quick approach, but rather than running or making a scene, I simply called out to him. "Hey, can I help you, man?" I shouted. The words caused him to freeze up completely, like a deer in the headlights. He stood there in the middle of the street for a few seconds, until slowly tilting his head up to meet my gaze. His eyes were wide and bloodshot. I couldn't tell if he looked high or completely insane. Oh no, here we go. The moment we made eye contact, his demeanor shifted into something completely different. Instead of quickly approaching like before, he now slowly and methodically advanced towards me, with his entire body hunched over. With each step, he put all of his weight onto one of his feet, and the entire time, he never broke eye contact with me. Any time I would step back or move suddenly in any way, he would freeze up momentarily and begin sizing me up like a predator, stalking his prey. At this point, I was thoroughly freaked out. I didn't know what the guy wanted, and nobody was out there at night that could see what was going on. I started weighing my options. I worried that if I stayed there, he would try to mug me or something, but I also feared that if I suddenly ran away, he would give chase. You may think I'm an idiot for deciding to do so, but in the moment, I just decided to stand my ground and find out what this guy wanted from me. He continued his slow, animal-like advances until he was standing about 3 feet in front of me. He remained in the middle of the road. With how close he was, I could catch the scent of something burnt coming off of him, like scorched hair and oil. It was foul and almost made me gag. I tried stepping back from him, folding my arms and trying to keep my distance. He stared at me like a curious child, tilting his head and eyeing me up with those wide, bloodshot eyes. I went to speak to him again, but he cut me off as he spoke in a low, raspy whisper. "I finally found you," he murmured. There was this shaky excitement in his tone that freaked me out even more than I already was. What are you talking about? I don't know you, man," I responded, taking another step away from him. I had never seen this guy in my entire life. To this day, I have no idea what he was talking about, but he persisted. He seemed almost offended by what I'd said to him. "Yes, you do. How could you not recognize me? Is it because of the mask?" He continued to whisper, his voice trembling. As he spoke, he pulled out one of his dirty hands from his pocket and removed the medical mask covering his face. I gagged at the sight of him. His face was pale and covered in thick, yellow blisters that went along his cheeks and mouth, which was contorted into an uncomfortable red smile. Yellow, crooked teeth lined his sore-ridden mouth, and I could see bits of blood running from his gums all the way down his lip and chin. He had long, greasy, black hair, which ran down to his shoulders and partially over his face, now obscuring his large, bloodshot eyes. He looked like someone had splashed his face with acid. When he saw my visceral reaction to his face, that bloody smile of his somehow grew wider, now stretching ear to ear. It looked so painful. I continued to walk backwards, raising my hand in front of me to keep the distance between us. I could barely speak when I choked the words, "Stay back!" out of my mouth. He let out the small, childish giggle, as if he enjoyed every second of our encounter. Come on now. That's no way to look at your brother. What would Mom and Dad think? He asked me, his voice now raising as he began advancing towards me again with that same hunched posture. I had no idea what he was talking about. This man was not my brother. I had never seen him before. Before I had time to question him about this, though, he pulled his other hand from his sweater pocket, revealing a used hunting knife that was covered in dried, crusty blood. He raised it towards me, tilting his head with that same childlike demeanor he'd previously shown. But before he could swing it at me, I turned and ran down the street as fast as I could. Faster than I had ever run in my entire life. I could hear him give chase behind me, gaining on me as I bolted down the road. I screamed for help, but nobody came, just as I feared. I was alone out there while that maniac hunted me down. The one thing that kept me going, aside from the adrenaline pumping through my veins, was the promise that I could get to my house if I just kept running. I was close by, I knew the route, and it was only a couple of minutes away when walking. If I had just kept going at the pace I was, I would be able to make it before he caught up to me. I continued to run, never once looking behind me. My throat burned with a searing pain. I could feel my legs giving way, but I kept going until I arrived to my house. As I made my way up the steps into the front porch, I swung the door open, turning to look behind me only to see nothing. He was completely gone. That didn't stop me from running into my house, slamming the door behind me and locking it as quickly as I could. Not long after, I called the police and reported the entire thing. I was told that they would look for the man who attacked me, but it didn't seem like anything had come from it. I never did see him again, but I have spent every single night after fearing that I will. I refuse to stay on campus during those late hours anymore, only ever leaving on the community buses, where I know large groups of people will be gathered. At night, I never feel safe anymore. Any small sound I may hear makes me jump out of my own skin, and I always see that hideous face staring back at me when I close my eyes to sleep at night. If the person you're looking for is the same guy who attacked me that night, I hope to God you catch him. Not just to stop these murders, but to give me some peace of mind. I don't want to spend every day of my life looking over my shoulder, thinking some boogeyman is hiding in the dark. Samuel could see that Ashley was shaking as they finished their testimony. The poor kid was scared out of their mind. Even when recounting an old story, he tried to the best of his ability to give them some sort of comfort, leaning forward on the table with his elbows as he spoke. Ashley, I promise you, my partner and I will find this man. You don't have to be afraid of him. I'll make sure of it, he said solemnly. Ashley seemed to calm down upon hearing those words. The shaking stopped, and he took a long, deep breath. Thank you, was all that Ashley said in response as they pushed their chair out and left the room before Norman could even see them out. Ashley left the police department soon after, going out to the front desk just as the next witness stood up from his chair. The man was tall and built. He had a long, fluffy brown hair and very distinguished, chiseled features. As Ashley tried to pass him by, the man spoke to them. "You saw him too, right?" he said, grabbing Ashley's attention. Ashley turned to the man, staring up at him and meeting his eyes. Despite how large the man was, when Ashley looked into his eyes, they saw the same fear they'd felt, and knew they had both encountered the same boogeyman. "Yes, I did," Ashley muttered before catching themselves. "But they'll catch him. I know they will." With that, Ashley turned and left the building, letting the man make his way to the interview room to give his own testimony. Oh, that was the end of chapter 4. We are now halfway through our story. Oh, lordy. Oh, so wait. Ashley is he/they? Yes, it seems so. Ashley seems to go by they/them pronouns. Neat. Pretty sure they only used they/them in the story, but I could be wrong. It seems like it. Alright, everybody. We're halfway through the story. It seems like this is going to be our final testimony from the witnesses. How are we feeling so far? The description, the details, though. Oh, this is like way more detailed than any other Jeff the Killer story that we, have been reading up to this point. In Pastra's video, they were voiced by Rytoast. Oh. This is so good. Pastra cooked. Well, the thing with this, is that this story is actually a horror story. Because before, when we read the other Jeff the Killer stories, it was more like a power fantasy revenge story for, teenage edgy weirdos, Like that whole thing of, Jeff being the protagonist and, him having this, murderous rage inside of him that he lets out as revenge against his bullies. That is very obviously, a teenage power fantasy. But this is an actual horror story from the perspective of the victims. You know what I mean? Ver the Creeper says, "I didn't know you actually like to read. How it feels to read with ADHD. I always had problems with reading with ADHD, specifically over-detailed like this one. Verde, here's the thing. I have never finished a book since I was in high school. When I was a kid, I was mostly a fanfic reader. I had a phase when I was a kid where I was just reading, gay fanfics of, my favorite, fictional characters. It was a pretty cringy phase, that I had, way back in the day. But those were only there because I had this, super mega interest in romance. And, romance with, my favorite fictional characters. I didn't actually ever finish reading books. I was just really into reading fanfics, so... Now that I'm here with my own YouTube channel and, I have a captive audience, now I'm actually motivated to finish these stories once again and, read for you guys. It's the same thing as video games. I had struggled with being able to read and, finish video games before, but now that I'm with you guys and, I have to provide entertainment, I guess, I can't just finish up halfway through and then never read this again. I have to commit and read all the way through. The last books I finished were because of hyperfixation. Exactly, Twisted Myth. If you have ADHD and you're reading, you can only read stuff that you're really, really, really into. If you are forced to do it, if you're forced to read books in, high school, if you're forced to, have like reading parties with the class, like you're probably not even gonna bother. Let's be honest here. Glad to contribute. Thank you, Paradox. Speaking of which, it's time for the third one. The third witness. The last confession. Chapter 5. Jonathan West. Every year, my wife, Sherry, and I made an effort to get out of town, one way or another, once the summer rolled around. Our trips were never anything extravagant. We usually just head to one city over to visit some family, or take a short hike. But they were enough for the two of us. Life here was hard, and any excuse we had to get away from it was a little bit good enough for us. This year was no different. About a month back, we planned out this big hiking trip near a forest near town. We would hike along whatever path we could, taking all the sights of nature. And then, when we were done, we'd set up camp for the night and just enjoy each other's company by the campfire. I remember how excited the two of us were when we finally made that drive. We were joking along with each other, Sherry excitedly pointing to everywhere she wanted to visit on this map that she brought along. All the while, the concrete pillars of Carpenter's Landing got smaller and smaller in our rear view mirror. It was going to be perfect. At least, that's what we thought. By the time we arrived at the forest clearing, the sun was already settling. We'd left late in the day, wanting to spend our first night relaxing, far from the polluted air and bright lights that poisoned our lives day by day. A quiet night in the wilderness, holding each other close as the warmth of the fire flickered calmly. We parked our car close to the forest entrance, unpacking what felt like hundreds of supplies for every situation. My wife is a warrior, so she would usually plan ahead for every possible issue we'd come across, no matter how small. I wasn't exactly complaining about it, but it certainly made that first night far more exhausting than we'd ever had planned. We logged our gear along a dirt path, left behind for hikers like ourselves, making an effort to avoid any branches or shrubbery that would make us topple over and drop everything along the forest floor. Even with the path we took, the forest was dense. Large oak trees surrounded us every corner, with shrubs and other plant life huddled beneath them, making the forest a nightmare to navigate without a map on hand. Combine that with the darkness that was quickly overtaking the woods, and we could barely make out where we were going. Only reason we found the clearing we were looking for was because Sherry lit the way with this large flashlight that she brought, making sure to guide me as I did most of the heavy lifting with our gear. When we got to the clearing, I immediately got to work setting up this cheap little tent that we brought while my wife gathered wood and set up a fire for us. As soon as both of us were done with our tedious tasks, we both collapsed by the fire and just laid there for a while. If the story ended there, then I would have remembered it as being the perfect night. Sure, the trek was difficult, but it was well worth it. It's just to have those few short moments of quiet, laying by the fire, staring up at the stars through the trees, holding the love of my life in my arms. But of course, it didn't stay that way for long. As the two of us lay there, enjoying the calm sounds by the fire, the silence was suddenly broken by a loud, shrill scream being heard deep within the forest. It was a single scream. It sounded like a young man. It echoed out loudly before the woods returned to that same silence we grew accustomed to in an instant. I remember Sherry and I stared at each other for a moment in shock, clearly trying to make heads or tails of what we'd just heard. And then another scream shattered the quiet once more, this one sounding more strained and painful than before, until abruptly stopping just as quickly as it began. Silence once more. At this point, Sherry was freaking out in my arms, trembling and begging for us to leave. I tried to calm her down to no avail, when we heard another sound, this one closer than the screams ever were, the sound of soft footsteps closing in on our campsite. I wasted no time ushering Sherry into the tent the moment I heard the sound. We had no idea what was out there, and I wasn't about to find out standing out in the open. We sat in that tent in near perfect silence, my wife shaking in my arms, and me trying my hardest to keep both of us calm. The footsteps grew nearer and nearer until they were right outside our tent. And then they suddenly stopped. The fire outside illuminated the figure, casting its shadow over top the translucent tent and revealing to us what it was. A man. A tall man that looked to be wearing baggy clothes. Now, just standing outside the tent, like a statue. I could hear him start mumbling something to himself out there, and the shadow began swaying back and forth. He stood out there for what felt like an eternity, whispering to nobody like he was in some kind of catatonic state. Eventually, I had enough of it. I rummaged around our tent for some kind of weapon, settling on a hunting knife that we had brought. As I went to the tent, Sherry grabbed at my shirt sleeve, mouthing the words "no" to me over and over. But I assured her that it would be okay, and slowly unzipped the tent to get a better look at the man outside. I peered my head out of the small entrance I created, just enough to be able to see him. He was facing away from our tent, staring deeply into the campfire as he continued his quiet rambling. He wore a large baggy white hoodie and black cargo pants. The hoodie was filthy, covered in all sorts of dirt, grime, and almost strikingly, what looked like blood. The same blood could be seen running through his dark hair and all over his hands, which tightly clutched his shoulders as if he were cold. The light from the fire reflected off the bloodstains, creating a glare which told me it was fresh. My mind began to race with all horrible implications of his appearance. What were those screams we heard? Did he kill someone before arriving here? Before I had a long time to think about it, I caught something the man said while transfixed by the fire. Something I could actually make out between the gibberish he was speaking in. He said in his raspy, shrill voice. "There's been a fire. Get Mom and Dad." I had no idea what he was talking about, but hearing him speak properly was enough for me to snap out of the confused state I was in and step out from the tent, now holding the hunting knife in my right hand for him to see. "Hey!" I said to him sternly. "What the fuck do you want?" I tried to make myself as imposing as possible to this man, despite my fear. I puffed out my chest and spoke as confidently as I could. But even then, it was clear that the encounter had me shaken up. When he heard my words, his head suddenly snapped in my direction, making immediate eye contact with me. One look at his face was enough for all my fake bravado to shatter. He looked burnt. Badly burnt. His face was scarred and misshapen, with a large burn mark creeping up his cheek towards his left eye, which looked to be blind. At first glance, it looked like half of a large, painful smile. He was missing almost all of his hair on the left side of his head as well, with what was still there barely clinging into his scalp in small black patches. The other side of his face would have looked fine by comparison, if not for the blood that had covered it almost completely. I stepped back at the sight of him, my heart sinking into my stomach, and my breaths becoming sporadic. The moment he saw me, a flash of recognition suddenly appeared on his face, breaking him free from the strange trance he was in.
"Is that you?"
he asked me in an excited voice.
"I can't believe it. You're here. I finally found you."
As he said those words to me, he opened his arms and began slowly walking towards me, his hands and arms still dripping with that fresh, thick blood. I didn't know what he wanted, or who he thought I was, but I wasn't having any of it. I took one step back and firmly planted my feet into the dirt, pointing the hunting knife at him as I shouted, "Get the hell away from me, you freak! You take one step closer and I'll kill you!" That time I meant it. I was not about to let this guy get anywhere close to me or my wife, no matter how scared I was. The moment he heard those words, something about his demeanor changed. He looked shocked, his eyes going wide and bloodshot, and his arms slowly lowering.
"How could you say that to me? How could you say that to me?"
he whispered, tears beginning to roll down his face. That was when I saw him reach into his pocket and pull out an old box cutter, covered in the same blood as his hands and sweater. He suddenly hunched forward and lunged at me, faster than I ever could have expected from a man his size. He tackled me to the ground, raising the box cutter above his head and preparing to swing down at me. In that instant, I acted fast, stabbing him in the side of the torso with a hunting knife and kicking him off of me as he screamed in pain. He barreled backwards into the campfire, his hoodie catching on fire as soon as he tried to gain his composure. I screamed for Sherry to run, and soon after her and I were bolting through the dark forest together, tripping over branches and shrubbery, but continuing forward regardless. That moment, running through the dark of the woods, knowing that maniac may be trailing behind us, that was the most scared I have been my entire life. My mind was racing. My eyes darted in every direction, mistaking the shapes of the oak trees around us for that man. It felt like a miracle when we saw the moonlight piercing through the trees, revealing the forest exit to us. We got to our car, and I frantically rummaged through my pockets, trying to get my hands on the keys. I constantly checked behind myself, making sure he didn't follow us. The man was nowhere to be seen. When I got my hands on the keys, I opened the doors to our car, and the next thing you know, my wife and I floored it out of there. I remember that ride home so vividly. That sobbing, the arguing about what to do next, the questioning about who that man was and what he wanted. It was the worst night of my entire life. After we got home, I called the cops and reported the whole thing. I remember I was told that they'd check the forest out to try and find any bodies, but I don't think anything came of it. Ever since then, things have been different between my wife and I. I've tried to help her work through what we experienced, but she's become so paranoid ever since that she barely even wants to leave the house. It's gotten especially bad now that the word has gotten out about the ghost stalker, or whatever else people are calling him. She is absolutely convinced the guy we saw that night and the killer you're looking for are the same guy. That's why I'm here. I hope that by telling you this, that you'll be able to piece things together and catch him. I want that more than anything, for the victims, and so Sherry doesn't have to be afraid to leave the house anymore. I just want to see her happy again, man. as Jonathan finished giving his account. Tears ran down his face, and his head hung low. Norman glanced over at his partner, clearly unequipped to deal with this kind of situation. Samuel caught his glance, taking in a deep breath before saying, "Don't worry, Jonathan. We will catch him, no matter what. I promise we will." Jonathan lifted his head to look at Samuel, sniffling and saying thank you, before standing up and getting ready to leave. "Will that be all? I gotta make sure that I get home before Sherry starts to worry," he asked, pointing to the door. Samuel and Norman both nodded, and Jonathan left with newfound hope that the man who attacked him and his wife that night would be brought to justice. Oh, lordy. So that is chapter 5 out of 9. That is pretty much every single encounter that the past victims have had with Jeff the Killer. Which means that now that all of the victims have gotten their statements out, they can actually do something about the killer. Costar says, "I fucking love this." Twisted Myth says, "This is very good." Comical says, "Jeff got humbled." It is kind of funny, though, because throughout the 3 stories that we've been, listening to, Jeff kind of seems a little bit awkward and unstable. Like, he doesn't seem like an evil serial killer. He doesn't seem to be, like, that old Jeff the Killer that was killing for pleasure, you know? It seems to be like he's just genuinely disturbed and in some kind of trance. Maybe, like, he's still looking for his brother Liu? It seems that he's looking for people that resemble his brother or his family. He doesn't seem to be all in there in the head. He's not hunting these people out of revenge. It seemed to be out of some twisted, affection for his family. This seems more like a sequel to Jeff the Killer, rather than a proper, remake or rewrite. This seems to be what happened to Jeff after the events of the original story, you know? Does he want to kill Liu in this one, though? I'm not sure, Meredith. It seems to me like he wants to find Liu, and he keeps confusing these, white Caucasian males for Liu. And once he realizes that they are not his brother, he kills them in the same way that he would kill his parents, you know? Kudo says, "It's maybe why he smells like burned cigarettes at the start." Well, the smell, the smell of burned cigarettes is, his trademark, smell. He's burnt. Something definitely happened to his face that's not just, a flare gun. Something is fucked up with his face, and he has not even taken off the hoodie ever after, his whole ordeal, you know? He probably killed his parents. Yep. Alderite says, "I'm not gonna say anything after I watched the rewrite video." Okay, we may get to Jeff's story, now that we are done with looking at the victims' stories. Maybe we'll get the story of Jeff the Killer, in these next few chapters, you know? I'm not sure. Seems like these next few chapters are also longer, because stuff actually happens, instead of just recounting what already happened before in the past. So, let's continue now with Chapter 6, Norman Keller. Not this one. There we go. Chapter 6, Norman Keller. With all the witnesses having provided their testimonies, Norman and Samuel were left in the interview room to stew over everything they were told. The accounts of each witness only left them with more questions about their killer than where they began. Samuel sat at the table, his head resting in his hands as he pondered every possibility. Meanwhile, Norman paced back and forth, talking out loud to himself, much to his partner's dismay. So we can at least agree that they all encountered the same guy, right? I mean, the descriptions were a bit off, but they were close enough that there's no way that this isn't the same guy, right? Norman asked, taking a brief pause from his pacing and turning to Samuel for reassurance. Samuel simply let out an affirmative grunt, nodding his head slowly. The stories had more in common than just his appearance, too, Samuel added, now resting his hands on the table and leaning back in his chair. This stalker behaves just like our killer does, follows his victims at night, chooses them wisely too, it seems. Before Samuel could finish his sentence, Norman cut him off, thinking aloud once more. Yeah, what's up with that? Guy acted like those last two witnesses were a part of his family or something. And he clearly wasn't just toying around with them either. No, he really, really believed it was from the way they explained it, you know? Norman began making large gestures with his hands, as if trying to paint a picture in the air to illustrate his point and failing. I noticed that too. It just makes the patterns with his victims make more sense when we look at it that way. Perhaps he is looking for one specific person he can't find, someone who matches the victim's descriptions, that he could mistake them for. A family member? A close friend? Samuel continued, now sharing his thoughts more closely with his partner as they worked things out. And what about all that mention of fire? First two guys said that he reeked of oil or burnt cigarettes or whatever, and the third guy mentioned that fire? What is that guy's deal with? Fire? Before Norman could finish his thought, he suddenly paused, a flash of recognition appearing on his face as his eyes widened. Hold on. Wait a minute. Samuel stared at his partner, confused, raising one of his eyebrows as he waited with bated breath for him to continue. He gestured towards him, twirling his hand as he said, Well, come on now. Spit it out. What was it with that Ashley person? Like, they said that they were studying at the Tremblay Community College? Norman said quickly, pointing at his partner and waiting for him to answer like he was on some kind of bizarre game show. Samuel pondered it for a moment, playing out the story in his mind again, before he remembered, chiming in. Oh, the Woods family homicide? What does that matter? Samuel folded his arms, confused, but willing to hear out whatever Norman would say. Okay, so, I remember a few years back, when that murder happened. Was treated like some kind of big deal back here at the station. I didn't get to investigate it or nothing since I was new, but a lot of the other guys around here let me in on some kind of little details about it, Norman explained, beginning to walk in circles as he explained, keeping an eye contact with the floor. Apparently, some kid named Jeffrey and his family moved to Carpenter's Landing after this big fire at their old place. This Jeffrey kid was bad news, Sam. A real black sheep in the family. It was told he completely snapped after being bullied by a couple of kids and tried to kill his whole family. As you do. Samuel never spoke up, letting his partner explain. He normally hated it when Norman went on these massive tangents, but for once, he really felt like he was going somewhere. He could tell from the confidence in his partner's voice. Either way, long story short, Jeffrey ended up killing his mom, but his younger brother, Liu, ended up getting away. By the time the police arrived, they found gasoline cans in Jeff's closet, but he was nowhere to be seen. They looked for them for a while, but it was like he vanished completely. Norman suddenly stopped in his tracks, waiting for Samuel's thoughts. So let me get this straight. You think that... Samuel tried to humor his partner, but paid the price as he was interrupted once more. That Jeffrey Woods might be our guy. and he wants to finish the job by finding and Jeff killing his brother once and for all. Norman held his head high as the words came out of his mouth. Samuel had never seen him so proud. I mean, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Norman, but how can you be so sure? I mean, you're assuming a lot here, Samuel said, trying not to burst his partner's bubble completely, while also being the more realistic of the two. Oh, come on, don't give me that, Sam. Think about it. The obsession with family, the burning smell, the fire, it all adds up way too well. If our guy really is Jeffrey Woods, we'd be catching the ghost stalker, and we'd be solving an old cold case. It'd be 2 birds with 1 stone. Norman was trying now more than ever to convince Samuel of his logic. He had no proof yet, only vague theories, but deep down he knew he was onto something with this. Samuel could see that, and despite his skepticism, he relented. Fine, I'll play along. I'll do some digging on this and see what I can find out about it, Samuel responded. A light smile across his face. What was seen across his face as he folded his arms. He could see the joy on Norman's face when he agreed. This was the first time that Norman did most of the heavy lifting in a case like this, and Samuel could tell that he was living for every second of it. All right then. Okay. I'll start doing more research myself then. See what I can find, you know? Norman said excitedly, and the two left the room to begin their own respective detective work. A few hours passed at the station, with Norman conducting his own research on one of the 6 communal computers left at the office for times like this. He was completely absorbed in his work, typing away and looking into every document he could find pertaining to the Woods family homicide. When he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, he quickly turned around to see Samuel standing next to him, a large file in his hand. So he did some digging like you asked, Samuel said, placing the file on the desk next to Norman. And I think you're gonna like what I found. Samuel gestured to the file, nodding his head as if he waited for Norman to open it. Norman excitedly flipped over the file, instantly being greeted to something that gave him all the confirmation he needed about his theory. A photo of Liu Woods. The boy looked to be in about his 20s. He had long brown hair that went down to his shoulders, and sported a pair of square glasses over top his large brown eyes. Sam! He looks just like him! I told you I was onto something! Norman looked up at Samuel, expecting another one of his remarks, but only saw his partner staring down at him, arms folded with a large grin across his face. You sure did. Good work, kid. This is the best lead we've had yet. And I did some extra digging on this Liu kid. Turns out, after the murders took place, he went to live with his aunt for a while, and moved into an apartment in town once he was old enough for it. I've got an address, Samuel said, the smile he had never fading from his face. It wasn't often that Norman saw his partner so proud of his detective skills. It made him more excited about the revelation than he ever was before. It's Leoing time. Well, what the hell are we waiting for then? Norman replied in a hurry, grabbing his coat and putting it on clumsily as he stepped out the door to their car. Samuel followed slowly behind, letting out a chuckle and shaking his head at his partner's excitement. As the two of them stepped into their car, they noticed that the rain outside was finally coming to a stop after hours of relentlessly flooding the streets. The water now weakly ran down the pavement, finding its way into whatever pothole it could, and draining away to nothing in small whirlpools. The car ride passed in an excited quiet, with the two officers believing themselves to have found a lead that would bring them one step closer to stopping the killings of the Ghost Stalker once and for all. The car ride eventually came to a stop as they arrived at their destination, a large apartment complex located on Great Mandy Street. The apartment was like most other buildings the two had seen in Carpenter's Landing. A great pillar of old, worn stone that tried its hardest to imitate the comfortable living spaces seen in other cities. Graffiti lined up the walls at the side of the building, depicting many colorful pieces of imagery that starkly contrasted the deep grays that made up the entire town. The two officers stepped out of their vehicle quietly, staring up at the building as Samuel pulled out a note he left for himself to remember which room they were going to. And so, they walked together to the apartment complex, ready to talk with the person who may bring them one step closer to catching the killer. Chapter 7. Liu Woods. Oh shit, buddy, here we go. Oh shit, buddy, here we go. Oh, brother. Chapter 7 out of 9. This, for those that weren't paying attention before, is the brother of Jeff the Killer. This is really the guy who started all of this, even in the first story. This is the actual guy that pushed Jeff into becoming who he is. I'm not sure how it's going to play out in this story, but based on the other ones, Jeff is probably really obsessed with this dude. His brother from the same mother. Exactly. Alright, just let me get a little bit of prepare myself for this. Hold on. Let me get a little bit of sippy sip from my concoction that I have over here. Alright. The origin of the killer. I mean, I think, maybe. The brother will probably tell the story. Chapter 7. Liu Woods. Liu Woods woke from another restless sleep to the sound of knocking at his door. He didn't know what time it was, but could tell from the sunlight attempting to peek through the curtains that he was awake too early. He slowly sat up in his mattress, trying his hardest to keep himself awake as he listened intently. The knocking continued, with 3 more heavy slams coming to his door. Liu scrambled off of the mattress he kept on the floor, trampling over several empty wrappers and bottles that had amassed around it. To keep his balance, he leaned against the rickety wooden door of his closet before standing up straight. He reached under his yellow, stained pillow and pulled out a small switchblade that he had kept under it for safekeeping. He stared at the knife for a moment, clutching it so tightly he could feel his hand trembling. He came for me during the day, he thought to himself, playing out every single possibility of what would happen the moment he opened the door. He stayed like that for a while, only breaking from the trance when the sounds of the door knocking outside returned quickly and loudly. Struggling to get to his feet, Liu slowly crept across his dingy apartment with the knife behind his back. As he arrived at the door, he put his back to it and gazed out the peephole, only to see 2 officers standing outside. The officer who appeared to be the one knocking was an older man. His face was square and rugged, with large bags drooping beneath his eyes and a poorly maintained mustache across his top lip, littered with gray hairs that showed his age. The officer next to him looked like a child by comparison. He was thin and clean-shaven, his large blue eyes showing a youthful enthusiasm that his older partner lacked. He had longer, black hair, which looked to be slicked back. When Liu got a good look at the officers, he let out a long sigh of relief, putting the knife on his kitchen island and speaking to them from the other side of the door. "Hello? Who's out there?" he said in a weak, scared voice. There was a pause outside, with the two officers being heard saying something to each other quietly. Liu couldn't quite make out what they were discussing before the older man spoke up. "We're with the CLPD. We're here to ask you a few questions about your brother," the officer said in a stern voice. The mention of his brother filled Liu with dread. He caught himself shaking again, and began taking long, deep breaths in 4-second intervals to try and calm himself down. Eventually, he built up the courage to reply.
"Oh, you finally found him?"
Liu asked, barely able to hide his own excitement at the possibility that the nightmare he was living through would finally be over. There was a long pause outside again, with the officers being heard speaking amongst themselves once more, before the younger man spoke up. "No, we haven't found him. That's actually why we're here, though. We were hoping that you could help us," he replied. Liu was now confused. He thought that he'd told the police everything that they needed to know years ago about his brother. Why were they back now? What could they possibly need to know? The question sent his mind racing, fixating on every tiny little detail that could be missing, until one of the voices from outside interrupted his mental spiral. Are you still there?" the older man said, starting to sound concerned. Liu snapped out of it and pulled the door open, a small crack, showing himself to the officers. The moment the door opened, he could see the sudden looks of shock that were displayed across their faces. The officers' eyes went wide, and Liu swore that he saw the younger one's jaw drop at the sight of him. It was the first time anyone had seen him in a while. Liu rarely left home, and in those countless hours he spent laying around, waiting for his brother's return, he barely took care of himself. His long brown hair was matted and greasy. His eyes drooped down with deep purple bags hanging low beneath them from the countless nights spent awake, and he wore the same green t-shirt for countless nights on end, not even mustering the mental strength needed to change. It was no wonder the two officers looked so shocked. The older cop was the first of the two to actually speak up afterwards, with his younger partner still trying to find the words. He simply asked for the two of them to come inside, to which Liu agreed. Opening the door completely, their shocked reactions to Liu's appearance extended that to that of his home, which with the lights on looked nothing like a proper living space. The apartment was practically empty, barely any furniture in sight, aside from a worn-out, used couch that looked like a hand-me-down of a hand-me-down. The floor was covered in all sorts of garbage and unwashed laundry, all of which the two officers made an effort not to step over in a strange attempt to be courteous. Liu turned over to them, awkwardly grabbing onto his left arm and saying, "Sorry about the mess," in an almost sarcastic tone before taking a seat on his couch. The entire couch let out a loud creaking sound, as if the sudden weight put on it would cause the entire thing to shatter. The two officers looked around for any kind of chairs they could seat themselves with, and upon noticing that the couch was their only option, chose to continue standing as they spoke to Liu. The older officer spoke first, properly introducing himself. "Liu Woods. My name is Samuel Morgan. This here's my partner, Norman Keller." The younger one, Norman, gave a small, sad wave as his name was mentioned. We're sorry to disturb, whatever it is you got going on here, but we were hoping to ask you a few questions about your brother." Keyboard Smash says, "Damn, bitch, you live like this? I can't believe it." Liu looked up at Samuel and asked him, I thought I already told you guys everything years ago. You promised me that you'd find him, and you told me time and time again that you were still looking. What more could you possibly have to ask? As Liu asked the question, he saw the two officers shoot each other concerned glances before Norman spoke up. You haven't been keeping up with the news at all, have you? Norman asked, scratching at the back of his head and avoiding eye contact. Liu looked confused between the two officers. He had no idea what they were trying to imply. He'd spent months isolating himself, only ever leaving his home when it was absolutely necessary. The fear of being followed was too great. In that time, he barely kept up with anything, viewing it all as a distraction that could let his guard down. "What are you talking about?" he asked, feeling the shaking sensation flush over his entire body once more. "What happened?" There was another pause, where the officers looked at each other, as if quietly deciding who would break the news, before Samuel continued. So there's been this string of murders that have been taking place over the last month, Liu. All men who have a kind of similar description to yourself. My partner and I have strong suspicions that the culprit is your brother, Jeffrey Woods. Anxiety flooded through Liu's body at the mere mention of his name. His legs curled into his chest, and he began violently hyperventilating there on the couch. The two officers walked forward, trying their hardest to calm Liu down, but at that moment, he couldn't even hear them. Their voices turned to white noise, and Liu's vision became blurred. "Jeff is back. People are dying. It's my fault. Why? Why did I have to survive? If I had just died that night, then none of this would have..." Liu's thoughts were interrupted as Samuel grabbed him by the shoulders, bringing him back to his senses. "Snap back to reality." "Hey," he said in a surprisingly soft, concerned voice. "You're gonna be okay. We'll protect you. If this killer is your brother, we promise we'll..." Samuel tried to assure Liu, but was cut off. "How did you find them?" Liu asked, staring down at the ground as he spoke. "The victims. How were they killed?" "They were all killed in the middle of the night," Norman said. "Most found with their throats slashed. We spoke to a couple of witnesses. All of them claimed our guy was a pale man in a white, dirty sweater with a big smile." Liu turned his gaze to Norman before responding in a near whisper. "It's him. Jeff the killer." Samuel tried to continue the discussion, with Liu's simple response now piquing his interest even further. "The description matches your brother. Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Liu doubled down, turning his gaze back to Samuel, his eyes now wide and piercing. Samuel took his hands off of Liu's shoulder and took a step back, now seating himself on the cleanest spot of the floor he could find. He leaned forward, trying to make sure that Liu paid very close attention to what was said next. "Now listen. Listen here. If your brother really is our culprit, the only way we're gonna catch him is if we know what he wants. We need to know everything you can tell us, Liu. Don't spare a single detail," Samuel explained. The room went quiet after that, with the two officers now waiting for Liu's reply. Liu deliberated for a while over the request. The last time he trusted the police to find Jeff, the case went cold for years. He'd spent all that time living in constant fear that someday his brother would come back. Fear that he was forced to live in because they couldn't help him. But today was different. If Jeff is still out there for a fact, if he is actively hurting people, this could have been his opportunity to finally see an end to it. If he just trusted these two, he could finally begin to feel like his old self. "Fine," he finally said. making his decision. But there was one condition, something Liu needed the officers to follow through, no matter what. You have to make a promise. Norman was the first to step forward, replying before his partner could even consider the request. Anything, whatever you want, we'll make it happen, so long as you tell us what we need to know. Please promise you'll kill him. The words came out of Liu's mouth sounded so hollow and empty, not an ounce of emotion or compassion could be felt. The two officers didn't know how to respond at first, merely sitting in silence. After that request, it was Samuel who spoke up this time, giving Liu exactly what he asked for. We promise, he said hesitantly. Norman looked down to him with a questioning stare. It was clear the two didn't see eye to eye, but so long as Liu was giving a promise from one of them, he did not care. Okay then, I'll tell you everything. Ooh. Alright. Last 2 chapters. I genuinely don't know how they're gonna catch this guy. Oh boy. After all that, I think this is going to be finally, the time where we actually get to learn what happened to this version of Jeff the Killer. Incoming the longest chapter. How long is this? Oh my god, Zach Pastra. Oh my god, baby. Alright, yeah, that's definitely the longest chapter. That is definitely the backstory that we're gonna have to read. Okay, I'm into it. Before we continue, though, hopefully you guys have been enjoying the stream. It's been, I think, like, it's gonna be about, like, 6 hours of reading time. His Joker arc origin story, of course. Please, Jeff the Kill the Man. This has been very relaxing. You know, I somehow did not doubt that me reading creepypastas about people getting stabbed in the throat would be very relaxing to my chat. I don't know. It just feels like people like that kind of shit in this community. I don't know, just had that feeling, I guess. Been playing Stardew and drawing while listening, really chill. I just have this mental image of, like, Fi, like, sitting down in, like, you know, the Toxic Lounge, and just Jeff the Killer is, like, sitting down on the counter, like, just telling his story. Fi is just sitting in there, like, trying to polish, like, a glass, like, listening in to, like, Jeff's story, like, listening to a therapist, you know? Or, like, Liu, or someone else is just, like, telling this whole story to him, and, like, Fi is just like, yeah, what a fucking weirdo. Yeah, exactly, Nishko. Yeah, man, that's rough, buddy. Oh, he almost Jeff the killed you? Oh, man, that's real bad, bro. And it's like, I'm not a licensed therapist, but, like, I'll just listen to it. Like, this seems pretty cool. Stiflix says, it's very relaxing to hear about the intense violence and gruesome moments of these Jeff the Killer stories. Very relaxing. Jeff is just crying to him. Jeff is, like, pouring vodka on himself, like, not even, like, actually drinking it, but just, like, pouring vodka, like, over his head, and going, like, my brother! It's like his skin just absorbs the vodka by itself. I've been doing homework probably in the most inefficient way possible, but also at least I'm doing it. Well, if this helps you a little bit, JD, then that's good by me. Been playing Stardew Valley. This has been great. This has been very relaxing. Bro was making 2 Thanksgiving feasts making this chapter. Oh yeah, like, you can tell that Zack actually loves the character and like the whole idea of this like traumatized, like psychotic, like guy with like a fucked up hoodie and stuff. Like Postra made like an entire like plushie based off of this, you know? Like the makeshift Halloween one, like it looks very cool. I'm not sure if you guys have gotten it yet, but it has like a knife and stuff. Like, this is one of the stories that is like very close to like Zack's heart. So he's actually done a really good job at putting the POV of the story onto the victims and how terrifying Jeff the Killer would actually be once you remove that whole like power fantasy angle of the original stories. It doesn't make Jeff out to be like this badass that like knows how to box or like is taking revenge against the bullies. It just makes him out to be like this weird, crippled, like wrong in the head person. I find that like much more disturbing than if he was like, you know, actively a villain monologuing about how like society is out to get him or something like that. This is just a disturbed man. Pastor was definitely cooking with the story, yeah. Jaker says, I've been playing Cyberpunk until now while listening. Gonna eat some ramen now and then go to sleep. No Jeff pun intended. Since it's already midnight here in Germany, would love to see more of these. Hell yeah. Once again, if you have been interested on this, once the VOD is finished, once we're done with the stream and the VOD comments are enabled, please leave your suggestions for more creepypastas on the comments of the VOD. I have a huge list already, but I want to just keep doing this because it's genuinely relaxing to do on a Sunday night. I feel like I might have dozed off. Well, welcome back, Coden, because like we are literally on the last 2 like chapters of Pastra's story. So far, if I had to personally rate the story, this is obviously like better than the last 2. It feels definitely like way more like, I don't know, like, I'm not saying that this is something bad. If anything, it's like more of a traditional horror story, but once again, the original Jeff the Killer stories gave me this feeling of like a edgy teenager trying to like fantasize about killing all the people that wronged him, you know? This is much more melancholic, this is much more sad, this is less like viscerally fucked up. This is more traditional horror than just the edginess that you would find in those OG stories, you know? But I don't know, maybe we'll get a chapter based off of Jeff's own, like, POV and we'll get that edginess back. Who knows? I haven't finished the story. Alright. Oh, let me go take a sippy sip. Pastras lets you absorb in the atmosphere. Oh, no, the atmosphere is definitely way better compared to the other 2. This is like how Dracula was made. A nice, slow burn. Haven't thought about it that way, actually. Pastra's version hits a lot of my favorite aspects of the character in a much better way. Neat. Verde Creeper says, question to chat that uses the stream for background noise. When you're listening to the story, are you imagining the story or just thinking of something else? Well, if I had to answer that, I would imagine that most people are just using this as like background noise, aren't really thinking about it very much. Hopefully I've been a good storyteller, I don't know. I'm just reading someone else's work right now, but hopefully I've set a good mood for each of the chapters. Kudo says both. Terry says absolutely imagining it. Cheesy says both. Kitty Demon says both. Non-creative says both. Kinda both. Small Fungi says, I can almost picture Samuel. Definitely imagining it, says Nishko. The same thing happens when I read a book. Nice. Your voice is awesome for these readings. Thank you, Jumbus. Alright. Final stretch, everybody. The last 2 chapters. Thank you, Fighter Builder. Welcome to the Toxa Cesspit. Chapter 8. Liu Woods. Continued. What the hell? Is this a bendy song? Why is this a bendy song? No, thank you. There we go. Chapter 8. Liu Woods. Continued. Life was hard for Jeff and I after the fire. In a single night, it took everything from us. Our home, our belongings, our father. When the house went ablaze, he was the first one to act, escorting all of us out of there, before the flames completely consumed the building. But Jeff didn't come out with us. A piece of debris had landed on him, crushing his leg and trapping him inside. If it wasn't for our father running in to save him, we would have lost Jeff that night. He had just enough time to lift the wooden plank that crushed Jeff before the entire house came down on him. Jeff survived barely, but he was never the same afterwards. His entire body was covered in third-degree burns, especially his face. Months of reconstructive surgery barely did enough to get him looking like his old self. His entire face was covered in scar tissue, with the nerves around his mouth being so severely damaged he could barely even open it. His left eye had gone completely blind, having this milky white appearance to it, and what was left of his hair hung to his scalp in long black patches. It took a while for us to figure out what our next step was. Our mother, Margaret, barely made enough to make ends meet, and Jeff was just starting college, while I was finishing up high school. We couldn't afford a home like the one we had before, at least not on our own. We ended up moving to Carpenter's Landing as a solution to that problem. Our Aunt Marcy owned a plot of land here and offered to give it to us in light of everything that happened. She thought it was the least she could do after losing her brother, you know. We weren't picky about the offer either. After all, beggars can't be choosers, and despite everything we heard about this place, we thought it would be a fresh start for us, a chance to get away from the lives we had before, a chance to move on. On our very first day in Carpenter's Landing, we got a good look at the new place we'd be living in. A small, run-down bungalow that hadn't been lived in for years. By the time we stepped foot in there, the paint was peeling off the walls, and it looked like some druggies used it as a crack den. Burned cigarette butts and broken glass littered the floor, and some of the windows had to be boarded up. Only reason we were there to see it in that state was because our mom wanted to help Aunt Marcy clean up the place before we moved in. Since they didn't want us getting in the way, and Mom wasn't comfortable having her 2 teenage sons spend the whole day cleaning up used drugs and broken glass, she gave us some spending money and let us explore the whole town. I remember being super excited about the whole thing. After everything we'd gone through, it just felt wonderful just to be able to get out and explore somewhere new. Jeff, on the other hand, was very apprehensive about it. Ever since his accident, he was scared to go out into the public, especially somewhere that no one knew him. He became much more reserved, often wearing this large, white sweater with the hood up at all times to hide his face. I assured him that things would be okay, and he tagged along with me despite his worries. We spent the whole day riding around town on our shitty little bikes. Taking in all the scenery we could. Every gray building, every dingy alley, every run-down gas station. We didn't care where we were going. Anywhere was good enough. At the end of the day, we stopped our sightseeing tour at the small convenience store downtown. I wanted to get some snacks for later that night, and Jeff tagged along, waiting for me at the back of the store where nobody could see him. That was where we had our first run-in with this guy named Randy and his two buddies, Troy and Keith. Here we go, everybody, here we go, everybody, here we go. Here we go, buddy, here we go, buddy, here we go. Randy was the textbook definition of a generic bully. Guy dressed in this black leather jacket with ripped jeans and what looked like some kind of death metal shirt underneath. His long, brown hair was slicked back with gel, and his ears were covered in all kinds of piercings. The two guys with him, Troy and Keith, had a similar vibe to them. Troy was a bigger guy who wore a large red sweater and had his short stubble all over his face. Keith was shorter, scrawnier kid. He wore a large, baggy black clothing and had a rough buzz cut that nearly went down to the scalp. When we met these guys, they were causing a ruckus in the store. Apparently, the cashier caught one of them trying to sneak out a pack of cigarettes, and Randy didn't take it well to being told off. After they were done arguing, Randy eventually found it in himself to pay the $10 that was owed, and he and his guys stormed out of the store. When I went up to pay, I was told that apparently that kind of thing was the usual for Randy and his gang. They were a bunch of troublemakers that were well known in town, bullying whoever they could and causing problems wherever they went. Apparently Randy always got away with it because his dad was an officer at the time. I paid the cashier a little bit extra for the trouble, and as I was getting ready to walk out with Jeff, I noticed something out the store's window, that the three of them had decided to hang around outside to smoke. I asked Jeff to put his hood up and avoid being seen by them, and he agreed. If these guys were as bad as I was told, there was no way in hell that I was about to let them see my brother and validate his fears of leaving the house. Fate would have a different plan for us, though, because as soon as we left the store, Randy in particular took notice of us. He called out to us, bringing attention to his two lackeys that followed him around. "Hey, I don't think I've ever seen you two hang around here before," he said, flicking a cigarette butt to the ground and stamping it out before approaching us. I remember I tried to be the one to hold a conversation with Randy, all the while Jeff nervously stood by our bikes facing away from him. Aww. The poor guy is shy. I tried to be polite, introducing myself and Jeff to Randy, but he was just the kind of guy that didn't really care about all that. To him, we were just fresh meat to be picked on, and he particularly took an interest in Jeff. "Why the hell won't your brother look at me when I'm talking to him? Doesn't he got any manners?" Randy asked, walking towards us with his hands in his pockets, all the while Troy and Keith laughed at us behind him. During the whole conversation, I would shoot these occasional glances at Jeff to see how he was doing. He was shaking, staring at the ground with this wide-eyed, empty stare, like a deer in the headlights. In his left hand was this lighter he carried around from back when he was smoking, one of his only possessions that survived the house fire. He would occasionally pull it out when he was stressed or nervous, fidgeting with the cap of it. That's what he was doing when Randy grabbed a hold of his shoulder and turned him around, making him face him by force. The three bullies all took turns giving their own shocked, disgusting reactions to Jeff's appearance. Randy in particular had the strongest reaction of them all, stepping back momentarily in horror, which quickly devolved into mocking laughter. Man, no wonder you couldn't look at me. What the fuck happened to you, man? Randy sounded amused as he asked the question, with Keith and Troy rudely laughing behind him, as if to follow suit. Before anyone could continue, I spoke for Jeff, desperate to defend my brother from the situation that was now unfolding. Look, man, there was a fire. There was a fire at our old place. It burned down. We were lucky that Jeff even made it out alive. I yelled in defiance, tears welling up in my eyes. Lucky? Randy rebutted. That's what lucky looks like to you? He pointed at Jeff, who now appeared to be boiling with rage. He clenched his open hand into a tight fist, and I saw his eyes go bloodshot. If I were you, I would have much preferred that fire take me out instead of making me look like some kind of fuck. Before Randy could even finish his insult, Jeff swung at him, hitting him cleanly across his face with a hefty punch. Randy reeled back, and I immediately ran for Jeff, grabbing at his shoulders and trying to pull him back. The whole thing turned into chaos after that, with the three guys jumping on Jeff and I, leading to this massive brawl right outside the convenience store parking lot. Whole thing got broken up when I noticed the cashier calling the cops from inside the store. I yelled that to the rest of the guys, and before I knew it, Randy and his lackeys were out of there in an instant. Fortunately for Jeff and I, we weren't really badly hurt by the whole thing, with only a few minor cuts and bruises being left when we were hit. When we got back to the new house that night, our mom was, of course, concerned about the whole thing, but we just made up some lie about getting into an accident with our bikes instead of telling her what really happened. Our mom tended to worry a lot after the fire, and we didn't want to stress her too much about our new life here on just our first day. Oh boy. A month passed, and while our new house was properly renovated to allow us to live there decently comfortably, things did not get much easier for Jeff. He told me that Randy and his gang were relentless, especially after he started his college semester with them. They were harassing Jeff at practically every single opportunity they got, with it getting so bad that one night Jeff went as far as to show me several knife wounds he had supposedly gotten from them attacking him off campus. He wouldn't let me tell anyone about the bullying. He told me that it would only make Mom want to get the police involved, and with the connections Randy had, it would only make things worse. So I kept quiet about the whole thing, no matter how much it pained me to see my brother suffering like he did. With all that in mind, I really should have seen the warning signs when Randy went missing, only a month into our semester. I remember it as clear as day. His face was plastered on every telephone pole in town. News broadcasts were talking about it everywhere, and it was the talk of my school for weeks. If I knew then what I know now, I like to think that I would have suspected Jeff right away. But back then, I just couldn't fathom the possibility of it. After we lost our dad, Jeff was the only person left in my life that I had felt like I was really close to. We still had our mom, yeah, but her and I were never really particularly close by comparison. That, and I just didn't have any reason to believe Jeff did it, you know? Sure, Randy and his guys bullied him, but Randy was also involved with some other bad crowds of people. You could come up with any number of stories about what happened to him, and people probably would have just bought it at the time. So yeah, despite my mild suspicions of something being wrong, I buried those feelings and convinced myself that it had to be someone else's doing. The same could not be said, however, for Troy and Keith, who only seemed to get worse after Randy's death. I remember those two continued to go after Jeff long after, with the bullying going from cruel mockery to that of vengeful harassment. Jeff told me that they practically chased him down the halls of his school, calling him a murderer, and yelling things like, "We know what you did, Woods!" any opportunity they got. The harassment got so bad that Jeff started to completely isolate himself, missing countless days of classes and terrifying our mother. She tried to talk him about it, but he was completely unresponsive, leading to her asking me to try to get through to him. I went to his room one night, when our mom had already gone to sleep, and pushed his door open, just a crack, to see if he was still awake. Before I even saw him, I noticed the state that his room was in. It looked terrible. Cardboard boxes from our move were still scattered about, their contents all over the floor in large, messy piles. Clothing, school supplies, old posters and figurines. Everything cluttered the room like it had been thrown around violently. And then I noticed the smell. The entire smell. It was a smell foul, like burned cigarettes and something else I couldn't identify. The smell and sight of the room were so vile that I nearly missed Jeff himself, who I finally noticed at the foot of his bed, facing away from the door. In the dark, I didn't know what it was he was doing at first, until I saw the brief flickering of his lighter burning the end of a cigarette. He would light the cigarette, staring at it for a long time, like he was in some kind of trance, and then instead of smoking it, like I expected, he would roll up the sleeve of his white sweater and put it out on his own arm. I was so shocked by what I was watching that I just stood there in silence, mouth agape. And that was when I heard him mumble something under his breath, something that made my heart sink to my stomach. He said in his raspy, strained voice, "Why was Dad the only one who had to die?" The words didn't sound right coming out of his mouth. They were empty. No, they were angry. He sounded livid as he continued to light those cigarettes, bringing them to his arm and leaving a new, disgusting burn scar where they were put out. I couldn't bear to watch or listen anymore, so I flung the door open. "Jeff, how could you say that?" I exclaimed. I didn't even realize until I had entered the room that tears were streaming down my face. I must have looked like a mess. Jeff quickly turned to look at me, this look of horror plastered across his face once he realized that I had heard him. "Leo, it's not what..." He tried quickly to explain himself to me, but I wouldn't let him. "Do you know how much you mean to me? To Mom? How could you go and say things like that about yourself, Jeff? I need you here, more than I ever needed anyone. Living here, I have never felt so alone, so isolated from everyone else. It was never the same without Dad. You are the one thing keeping me sane right now." I could barely keep myself together as the words flooded out of my mouth. I could see the terror on Jeff's face slowly fade to a calmer expression as I explained myself to him. And for a little bit, there was a tense silence between us as he carefully chose what to say next. I remember what he said to me, clear as day. "I'm sorry, Leo. It's just been hard. You and Mom. I know you both lost Dad too, but you haven't had to deal with things like I have. You haven't had to deal with being bullied every single day. You haven't been accused of murder. And you don't have to wake up every morning and see someone completely different staring back at you in the mirror. I'm sorry." He avoided eye contact with me as he spoke, keeping his eyes trained on his lighter. He was fidgeting with it again. I could tell that what he said was something he had been bottling up for quite some time, and having to say it to me must have been really stressful. I figured a change of scenery would help. He was cooped up in his room for multiple days on end, and I figured some fresh air would help him. "Do you remember when we used to sneak out at night back in middle school?" I asked him. Changing the tone of our conversation drastically, he looked at me, shocked, tilting his head as he responded. Yeah?" he responded, humoring me. "Well, Mom is asleep right now, and you and I are still up, so if you're thinking what I'm thinking," I continued, making my way to the door and gesturing it with my hands. Jeff stared at me like I was a moron, eventually rolling his eyes and getting out of bed. He knew I wasn't about to take no for an answer, and I feel like he was also just playing along so that I wouldn't continue worrying about him throughout the whole night. Regardless of why he agreed, Jeff and I snuck out of that night and went around town on our bikes, making a point of sightseeing and traveling to places we'd never seen before. I remember the rest of that night like it was yesterday. The bright city lights all around us, illuminating the streets like they were their own little suns. The massive buildings turned dark, towering silhouettes, and that cold night breeze that blew past us as we rode through the streets as fast as we wanted. If the night had ended right then and there, I feel like things could have been perfect. That was one of the few moments where it really felt like Jeff and I had properly bonded as brothers again. But of course, no good thing lasts forever, and our night very quickly took a turn for the worst, as we realized we were being followed. We stopped a couple of streets from our house after making some laps around our neighborhood. I remember we'd stopped right by a stop sign on an intersection, with there being a light drizzle that signaled for us to start making our way back. Right as we were getting ready to leave, though, a familiar pair of voices yelled out to us. I quickly turned to look behind us, seeing Troy and Keith approaching. I almost didn't recognize them at first. They'd looked so different from when we encountered them at the gas station. They both looked like they haven't slept in days, with Keith's outfit looking filthy and Troy's stubble having become a complete, poorly kept beard. "Hey," Troy shouted at us. "What are you doing out here so late, Woods? Looking for more victims?" When Troy spoke, there was this growl in his voice. He sounded pissed, beyond pissed. He and Keith continued to approach, with Jeff and I not knowing how to respond or what to do. That was when we saw Troy reach into his pocket and pull out a small switchblade he'd kept hidden there. The moment Jeff and I saw him unveil the blade, we tried to ride off on our bikes. But the two guys were close enough that they were able to catch up and pull us off. There was a struggle between us, but it quickly stopped the moment I saw Troy had the knife to Jeff's throats. I fell to my knees, with Keith still firmly wrapping his arm around my throat. I began to panic. Please, don't hurt him. He didn't do anything to you," I pleaded, terrified of what Troy was planning. My begging only seemed to make him angrier as he pulled Jeff in closer to him. Jeff struggled for a moment, kicking his feet and grabbing at Troy's arm, which held him in place, but quickly stopped once the blade made contact with his neck. "Didn't do anything? Is that what he told you?" Troy said, staring at me with eyes that looked more like a wild animal's than a man's. He then turned his attention towards Jeff. "Why don't you tell your little brother, Jeff? Why don't you tell him what you did?" Jeff never looked at Troy, instead continuing to stare at me the entire time, even as he spoke. "I don't know what you're talking about," Jeff responded, which only made Troy bring the knife closer. Now, the faintest bit of blood could be seen running down Jeff's neck. As the knife broke skin, Jeff had no reaction. "Bullshit! If you won't tell him, Jeff, then I will," Troy shouted, now pointing the knife at me. "Your older brother never told you what he got up to that night, did he?" "Well, Randy sure told us. Before he died, Randy went to Keith and I and told us that this freak was stalking him. Said he caught him off at the corner of his eye, following him outside of school. He was scared, man, and we had never seen Randy scared. He even told us a couple of nights before he died that he saw your brother here, standing outside his house." I didn't know what to make of what they were telling me. They sounded insane. Here, they were in the middle of the night, probably stalking us, pointing a knife at my brother, and accusing him of killing Randy? I couldn't believe it. No, I refused to believe it. Troy continued, though. As he did, I could see the panic setting into Jeff's eyes. We didn't believe him at the time. We thought that he was just messing with us or something. But then, a couple of days later, he goes missing, and we have no idea where he could have gone. If we just listened to him, maybe he'd still be there. If we just listened, then this freak could be behind bars right now. But we didn't, so now we gotta make up for it. As he said that, Troy pointed the knife at Jeff once more, who began kicking his feet and struggling again. He looked terrified. Okay, it's true, Jeff shouted at a volume I didn't think possible. I killed him! I killed Randy! But I wasn't stalking him! It was self-defense! Liu! He attacked me in an alley when I was just trying to go home. He pulled a knife on me and tried to kill me. I only got away because I wrestled it out of his hands and stabbed him with it. I had never heard Jeff speak that way before, even before the accident. His voice was shrill and shaken, his eyes large and dilated. Self-defense my ass, Keith chimed in. If it was self-defense, then why did you run? Why didn't they find Randy? Huh? Because I was scared. I knew Randy's dad was an officer. I didn't think anyone would believe me, you know? So I hit the body and I ran away. Jeff blurted out, keeping his eyes trained on me. Despite the fact that Troy was the one threatening his life, the entire time it felt more like Jeff was trying to convince me of his innocence than anyone else out there that night. I just sat in silence. I didn't know what to do, or what to think anymore. Troy answered for me, though, the look of fury never leaving his face. You can say whatever the fuck you want, freak, but I don't believe you, he said. His voice sounded calmer than before, almost a whisper, but the rage never left it. I don't know what he was planning on doing to Jeff, but I never got to find out, as police sirens could be heard quickly approaching. Turns out one of our neighbors saw what was going on from inside her house, and she decided to call the police before anyone could get hurt. An officer quickly arrived on the scene and broke up the entire thing before Troy and Keith could do anything. Everything after that passed by a blur. Troy and Keith were arrested right then and there, and the entire time they were escorted to the car, they were kicking and screaming all kinds of insults and profanity at us. Once they were taken care of, an officer stuck by to ask some questions to Jeff and I about what had happened. He asked why the two of them attacked us, and Jeff froze up completely. I could see the fear written all over his expression. He probably thought I was going to tell the officer about what the other two had told me. But truth be told, I believed him. Maybe it was my naivety, or the desperation in his voice when he confessed to me, but I really, truly believed that my brother, if he had killed Randy, it was for a good reason. And so I lied to the officer, told him nothing about Jeff's confession, about the truth of Randy's disappearance. That night was the first night in months where I felt like I had my brother back, and I was not about to lose him again because of just some massive misunderstanding. I told the officer a half-truth, explaining that Troy and Keith were friends with Randy, and that they blamed my brother for the disappearances. When he pressed further, all I said was that they used to bully Jeff, and convinced themselves it was his fault when Randy disappeared. The officer seemed to like my answers, so he nodded along as I explained things, paying close attention to the words I chose, and eventually he seemed satisfied. He let us off with a warning about going out at night, and asked if he could come back in the morning to ask us some additional questions about the two bullies. Once I agreed, the officer simply tipped his hat to us, and we were let go. I thought it was a miracle, the two of us being sent home like that after I had told such a massive lie. But I think Jeff saw things differently. Maybe it was the demeanor of the officer, perhaps his own paranoia, but Jeff was convinced that the officer was onto us, that the additional questions he wanted to ask in the morning had nothing to do with the bullies, but rather Jeff's involvement with Randy's disappearance. The ride home after that felt like I was walking on eggshells. I didn't dare to speak to Jeff. He was unusually quiet, even for himself, and the entire time we rode our bikes, he simply just stared ahead. He never looked at me, nor do I even think he was looking at the road. He just stared ahead, into nothing. When we arrived at home, he stormed inside, with no regard for our sleeping mother, who may be startled awake by him. I was worried. I'd never seen my brother like that, so I followed him as he made his way towards his room. What followed next was the single most horrifying moment of my entire life. He slammed open the door to his room, made his way inside, and began what I could only describe as an adult temper tantrum. He grabbed a hold of whatever he could get his hands on and began violently throwing them around his room, thrashing about it in a near feral rage. I don't think he was even aware of me being there to see it. He just continued doing so until he got a hold of one box in particular, which he violently threw against the wall. The contents of the box spilled out on the floor, revealing more clothing and school supplies, which were haphazardly stored in it. Among this pile of random, innocuous items, however, I heard something that instantly drew my attention to the floor, and made Jeff completely stop in his place. The sound of metal rattling against the wooden floor. I looked down and saw that buried underneath the clothing and supplies, which were stored inside of the box, was a small switchblade, which looked to be covered in dried, crusty blood. My mind began to race at the sight of it. I had no idea why my brother would have kept Randy's knife in our house, so poorly hidden underneath all of his untouched clothing and supplies. Jeff, why would you keep Randy's knife? I asked, and I turned my gaze from the knife to him, desperate for an answer. What I saw staring back at me was someone completely different from my brother. He stood in the center of the room, completely frozen in place, with a hollow, soulless stare I had never seen from my brother. No, from any person before. His eyes were opened unnaturally wide, almost looking as if something was forcing them to stay open. He didn't blink, and the pupil of his right eye was so dilated that it almost made his entire eye look black. That stare told me more than any words ever could. It told me more than in this moment of weakness that Jeff had shown me something I never wanted to see. And the thought of that brought me a greater terror than anything else. I began to question him further, desperate for an answer, desperate for anything he could say to put my panicked mind to rest. "Jeff, why did you keep this knife?" He continued to stare. "Jeff, this was Randy's knife, right?" He continued to stare. "Jeff," I was so overwhelmed I could barely get the words out. "Jeff, those cuts on your body, Randy didn't give them to you, did he?" He continued to stare. At that point, I didn't even know who it was I was talking to anymore. I turned a blind eye to my suspicions for so long, but right there, in the middle of that dark room, was someone I didn't even recognize as my brother anymore. For a brief moment, while I stood there in complete shock and terror, I could see his demeanor change to that of something inhuman. He hunched forward and looked as though he was going to advance towards me before our mother's tired voice could be heard from behind me. "Boys, what's wrong?" she asked. It was clear from the way she was rubbing her eyes and the way she spoke that we had just woken her from her sleep. Jeff never once looked away from me, not even reacting to the sound of our mother's voice. He just continued moving forwards towards me like some kind of animal, taking large, exaggerated footsteps. I ran out of Jeff's room and tried to usher our mom out of the house before I could even explain what was going on. I didn't know what was wrong with Jeff, but there was no way I was going to spend the night in that house after what I saw. Our mother, however, stopped me dead in my tracks and demanded an explanation about what was wrong. I couldn't offer much. I was in such a panicked state that I trampled over my own words. All I managed to muster up was, "Something is wrong with Jeff," before I noticed him standing in the darkness of the hallway behind us. He held the switchblade in his hand and remained motionless, waiting for what our mom or I would do next. When our mom saw him, she didn't recognize the danger her and I were in. She tried to reason with him. "Jeff, honey, what's wrong? Why are you holding that knife?" she asked. I remember from the way she spoke, she sounded more concerned than afraid. I don't think she ever imagined her own son could do anything to harm her. So in that moment, despite how it looked, she didn't see any danger to herself. Jeff never responded. He simply remained frozen in place. Our mother continued trying to get through to him. I tried stopping her, but she refused to listen to my warnings. She didn't see what I saw. She didn't know what I knew. All she knew was that something was wrong with her son, and despite everything, she wanted nothing more than to help him. And so she marched forward into what would become her own demise. The moment she took a step forward, reaching for Jeff. He suddenly sprang into action at a speed I never thought possible for someone like him. He quickly wrestled her to the ground, overpowering her completely. Once she was down, Jeff knelt down on top of her, holding the switchblade over his head with both hands. She pleaded with him in her last moments, yelling things like, "Why are you doing this? What could I have done, Jeff?" But her questions fell on deaf ears. Before she was even able to finish her thought, Jeff plunged the switchblade deep into the side of her throat. Thick, dark blood ran down the blade, pooling on the floor beneath her and slowly creeping towards me. I stood there in stunned terror. What I saw in front of me didn't feel real. Earlier that night was the happiest I'd been in months. I felt like I finally had gotten my brother back, and the two of us could be the carefree kids we were before our lives fell apart. And now, on that same night, I saw the man I had considered my brother knelt down, knife in hand, waiting for his own mother to drown in her own blood. The worst part of it all, too, was that he didn't even have the decency to look at her while he did it. The entire time our mother laid there, pleading to see even a semblance of the person Jeff was to her, he was looking at me. He stared at me with that same empty, soulless look I saw only moments prior, as if to tell me that somehow, by some twisted logic, what I was watching unfold before me was my fault. When the life finally left our mother's eyes and the gurgling and coughing came to a stop, Jeff clumsily attempted to pull the knife out from her throat. He was met with a surprising amount of resistance. He lodged it so far in there that it took multiple tries. Multiple strong tugs to pull it out. So much so that when he finally did it, it caused him to stumble backwards for a moment. Then, he began advancing towards me, once more. He moved in that same alien way I saw in the bedroom, slowly inched his way towards me, taking long, exaggerated steps, only stopping briefly when I would show any kind of sudden movements. I was so shocked by what I had just seen that my legs had turned into jelly, and I crumbled to the floor. As I pathetically attempted to crawl away from Jeff, I desperately tried to say something, anything, that would make him explain to me why he was doing this. The only thing I could muster was the word "why," which I choked out between my tears. It was enough to make him stop, as if the very question offended him. He then said something that changed everything for me. "Why?" he replied sarcastically, his eyes twitching. "It's because you ruined everything, Liu." He knelt down next to me as he spoke, blocking the exit to the house with his body. "You just had to survive that night, didn't you? You just had to smell the fire. You had to wake Mom and Dad. All those months of planning, ruined. It would have been perfect, Liu. We could have all just died together, but no! You and Mom survived. And now I'm stuck like this." It was then that I understood the true depths of what my brother was. As I sat mere feet away from my own mother's corpse, Jeff crouched over top of me. It finally dawned on me why all of this was happening. I'd spent so long trying to pin a reason on it, to find what the inciting incident was, the moment that bent my brother's life out of shape. But there never really was one. It wasn't the bullies. It wasn't our dad. It wasn't the fire. It was Jeff. It had always been Jeff. I was living with a monster, wearing human skin, my whole life. And only when it was too late did I finally realize it. He continued his depraved rants, as if he had rehearsed it for months on end. Do you know what it's like to spend every single day trapped in a shell of your own body, being babied by the people you couldn't kill? Do you understand how humiliating that is? It's like there really is a god up there mocking me for my own failure. Well, I didn't plan on failing this time. I spent months thinking about that night, what I could have done differently, how much it hurts. Reliving the pain, even in the smallest of ways, helped me figure it out, though. It was going to be perfect, Liu. But you ruined it! Again! You just had to keep babying me! You just had to be such a shitty liar! You made me do this. You made me act early and sloppily. That's okay, though. This is still going to be the happiest night of my life. Oh, if I could smile right now, Liu, I'd be grinning from ear to ear. After he finished his rant, he stood again and wrapped his arms around himself in pure ecstasy, rocking back and forth over and over again. He said to himself, if I could only smile, if I could only smile! Before he suddenly stopped, a look of realization plastered all over his face. He glanced down at the knife in his hand, our mother's fresh blood still trickling off of it. Then he glanced back at me before saying, "Oh wait, I can smile." That was when he took the knife to his own face, and I was forced to watch him crudely carve a disgusting smile of blood across it. He was clumsy with the knife, tugging across each of his cheeks like a child carving a pumpkin. There were moments where he'd stopped, gagging and coughing on his own blood, but he continued regardless until a vile, painful smile stretched across his face, ear to ear. The sight of such a horrific act of self-mutilation was enough for me to break free from the shock trance I was in. I sprinted in the opposite direction of Jeff, towards the hall where our bedrooms were. Jeff gave me a head start, distracted by the euphoria of his new face. And I took that opportunity to run into his room. Jeff's room was the first one you would see when entering the hallway, and I believed that if I hid in there, I could find something, anything to defend myself with. I flung the door open, nearly trampled all over the miscellaneous items strewn about on the floor. And made my way into his closet to hide. At that point, I could hear him beginning to walk around the house again, calling out my name in a voice that barely sounded human. I began to frantically look around the dark closet, pushing aside whatever clothing or boxes were in my way. That was when I noticed the smell again. The same stench I smelled earlier that night when I walked into Jeff's room. I thought it was just the smell of the cigarettes before, but inside that closet it was much stronger. I pushed aside more unclean laundry, hoping to discover the origin of the smell, when I found it buried deep within a corner of the closet. Multiple small cans of gasoline, which were neatly hidden away. Around them, several boxes of matches, as well as some burnt-out cigarette butts. The sight and smell of them were enough to make me gag, a sound that I feared revealed my hiding place to Jeff. I needed to be quick, to find something, anything that I could use to fight back, once he found me. I kept searching until I got my hands on his old backpack, opening it and looking through whatever supplies he kept in there. I found old notebooks, unopened packs of cigarettes, and what ended up catching my attention, what looked to be like a box cutter. I took the box cutter out, opening it and turning to the closet door, to wait for Jeff's arrival. What I was greeted with, however, was something from my worst nightmares. Jeff was already standing there, standing at the entrance to the closet. The door opened just enough that I could see one of his bloodshot eyes peering at me from the darkness. When I saw him, I let out a shrill scream, and he began to laugh, laughing at himself as he flung the door open and attempted to pin me to the ground right then and there. I struggled against him, swinging the box cutter wildly before he overpowered me, holding down my arm with his right hand and dancing the switchblade against my face with his left. I remember how I was screaming and crying in that moment, all the while the man trying to kill me attempted to soothe me like a mother would to their child. He got right up close to me, the blood from his fresh wounds dripping onto my face, causing me to gag, and said something to me that I still remember in the back of my mind every night. Shh. It'll be alright, Leo. When you next wake up, we're gonna see Mom and Dad again. Just go to sleep. He then raised the switchblade over his head, like he did before when he killed our mother. But right before he could swing down to finish me, I kicked him off of me with all the strength I could muster, and I stabbed him in the side of the throat with the box cutter. As soon as I'd done that, I made a mad dash for the door to our home, running out into the night, screaming for someone, anyone to help me. I never bothered to check if Jeff was still alive or still following me. I just ran and ran and ran until my legs gave way, and one of our neighbors found me. The police were called soon after. They went to our old home to investigate and found no signs of Jeff anywhere. I was told that they would find him, that he would be brought to justice. But 2 years have passed, and Jeff was never caught. I've spent 2 years living in constant fear that he will return and find me. I've begun sleeping during the day. I don't talk to anybody. I sleep with a knife beneath my pillow. It seemed like all you officers moved on from finding my brother, but I never could. And now that you come to me, to my doorstep, telling me that he could be back and he's killing people that look just like me? Now we're all suffering because he wasn't caught. When Leo finished the story, the entire room fell dreadfully silent. The two officers clearly didn't know what to say, simply taking in all the details and trying to process them. Samuel was the first to speak, making what Leo saw as a weak attempt at reassurance. Leo, I'm sorry that we never found your brother. I promise you, though, no matter what, we will find him. You won't have to live like this anymore. You won't have to be afraid of him coming back. Soon, all of this will be over. The two officers stood after that, asking Leo if he had anything else to tell them. He simply shook his head, and not long after that, they made their way out. Leo wanted to believe what Samuel had to say. It was clear the man cared, sure, but after 2 years of Jeff having never been found, he didn't want to get his hopes up. Once the two men were gone from his house, the tiredness hit Leo all at once. He was woken after only 2 hours of sleep, and he had no intentions of waiting until nightfall to get his rest. He made his way back to his room, peeking around the dark corners of his apartment one last time before opening the door to his bedroom and stepping back inside. He laid down on his old, yellow mattress, tossing and turning as he tried his hardest to force himself back to sleep. But try as he might, he just couldn't do it. Something just didn't feel right. After 20 minutes of failed attempts to force himself to sleep, Liu finally sat up in his bed and surveyed the room. He knew something was wrong, but he just couldn't pinpoint it. He scanned the surroundings, obsessively looking for anything that could be out of place. And that was when he noticed it. The detail that he was subconsciously unaware of, but didn't take direct note of it until that very moment. A mild draft that lightly pushed against his curtains. Liu always kept his windows closed. He tried to shuffle out of bed, immediately digging around under his pillow to grab the switchblade, only to realize he had left it in the kitchen when the officers had arrived. He ran over to the window, slamming it closed, when he heard something behind him. The slow, high-pitched sound of a door creaking. Liu turned to see the origin of the sound, and was met with his worst fear come true. There, peering through the small crack left by the opening of his closet door, was an eye, a bloodshot eye that stared at him from the darkness. A voice muttered in a hushed, perverted whisper. "You found me." Ooh, okay. Last chapter. The final one of the rewrites. Chapter 9. Jeff the Killer. Jeff waited impatiently inside of his brother's closet. He could hear the officers pestering Liu with question after question, completely unaware that the man they were looking for was mere room away from them. They had led Jeff to his brother's apartment. They had no idea he was still there at the scene of his last crime. The corpse of his latest victim was still fresh, another fake Liu to add to the pile. Jeff knew if he followed the officers, they could bring him to the real one. With time, he was well aware of his own notoriety and used it to his advantage. He laid in wait, watching from the darkness as the two officers speculated over the murders. Apparently, the fake Liu that got away started talking, and with that, they would give the officers the lead they needed. To some, this would seem like a setback, but to Jeff, this was the perfect opportunity. Those fake Lius would lead Jeff right into the real one, and they didn't even realize it. When he'd arrived at the apartment complex, Jeff could barely contain his own excitement. There, standing before him, inside his own concrete coffin, was the brother that he had been searching for. After 2 painful years of hiding in the darkness, planning his next move, finally it would all come to an end. Jeff made quick work climbing in through the window to the real Liu's bedroom. He was lucky that the officers arrived when they did. It gave him the distraction he needed to slink inside. He made his way into his brother's closet with ease, and simply waited for the moment the officers would leave. As he listened through the walls intently, Jeff could hear his brother's account of the night he failed once again to accomplish his life's work. The very thought of it drove him mad. Jeff began fidgeting with his lighter once more, the images of beautiful burning flames dancing through his mind as he attempted to calm himself. What he thought, what he would give right here, right now, to see his entire this entire building up in flames. But he couldn't afford to do something so grand, not this time. Liu had evaded him twice now, and Jeff's obsession with completing what he started began to eat away at him. Those fake Lius didn't help either. They popped up around every corner, fake Liu after fake Liu, purposefully put there to throw Jeff off of his brother's trail. How selfish could he be to sacrifice so many people just so he could live a little while longer? He fidgeted with the lighter more, gritted his teeth at the thought. How selfish, he repeated over and over in his mind. The thoughts nearly consumed him completely until he finally snapped out of it by what sounded like the officers finally taking their leave. Jeff could hear the door shut behind them, and soon enough his brother stumbled into the room and laid in bed. Finally, Jeff thought. His life's work was now a mere feet away from him, and Liu didn't even realize it. The excitement felt like a raging fire within Jeff's chest. His palms sweat. His heart pounded. His eyes burned as tears of joy formed around them. But he had to contain himself. He had to wait. Wait until Liu had fallen asleep. But that moment never came. Jeff watched for what felt like hours as his brother tossed and turned in bed. And then he watched as he slowly sat up, glancing around the room as if something was off. Jeff was confused. What could possibly have tipped his brother off? He was completely silent and fought off his urges to show himself right then and there, for the sake of subtlety. What could have possibly been? Jeff deliberated on this question until Liu, unbeknownst to himself, answered it for him. The window. Jeff was so eager to get into the house that he never even closed the window. There was such an oversight. He made this oversight before, his own eagerness often being his worst enemy. How could he have done this now? How could he have made such a simple mistake when he was so close to perfection? As his brother rose from bed to close the window, Jeff could see him looking around for something that seemingly wasn't there. A weapon? Did his brother bring a weapon? A sharp pain suddenly jolted throughout the side of Jeff's throat. Memories from that night forcing their way back into his mind. The rage began to boil in the deepest pit of his stomach once more. He could barely control it this time, opening the closet door, but a crack as his brother went to close the window. The door let out a small, shrill creak, and Jeff saw Liu freeze up. His cover was blown, no matter how hard he tried to recover from this. Now was his time to act. He could see Liu slowly turn to meet his gaze, and for the first time in 2 years, Jeff could see the terror in the real Liu's face once again. "You found me," he said, barely able to contain his own excitement. This was it. The moment where everything would come to an end. The moment he'd been waiting for so long. Jeff slowly crept out of the closet to meet his brother face to face. And without a moment of hesitation, he saw Liu fling open the door to his bedroom and run out of his room. Jeff gave chase, giving his brother a head start before pursuing him into the kitchen, where he saw him standing over the island. Jeff turned him around, and a struggle broke out between the two. Liu put up a good fight, but Jeff was always stronger, and soon enough, he had his brother pinned down in a similar manner to when they'd last seen each other 2 years ago. Jeff laughed to himself as Liu attempted, in vain, to shove his brother off of him. He pulled out the box cutter that Liu had stabbed him with all that time ago, and he raised it over his head, ready to finally end this once and for all. But something distracted him before he could swing down. The light glint of metal in Liu's hand. A knife? When did he get his hands on that knife? In a panic, Jeff tried to finish the job, swinging down at his brother's throat. All the while, Liu attempted to stab his brother with the switchblade he had concealed. When the blades connected with flesh, there was a long, drawn-out silence. That day, only one of the two brothers walked away alive. Oh. And that was it. Oh my god. Well, that was Pastra's own Jeff the Killer rewrites. Who brother killed who? I don't know. That's up to you guys to figure out. Oh, brother. Blew the other two out of the water? Yep. Definitely, Meredith. You done? Yes, I am indeed done, Nick. Hold on a second, let me take a little sippy sip. Well. This was definitely, like, the more horror story of the three, for sure. Tony Sonic says, stuff like this is why Jeff the Killer is my second favorite creepypasta character. He may have tripped right out of the gate, but he sprinted afterwards. Oh, with the fan art and, like, fan stories and stuff? Yeah. Nick says, also, will you use this setup for other streams? I mean, for other reading streams, I guess, if people like it, you know? Have you cleaned that glass yet? I would like a drink. Hey, Cadlington. Don't worry, I'll pour you one after this, okay? I just have to wrap it up for everybody else. So let me get this straight. Jeff was the one that actually started the fire. That's brilliant. That's a brilliant plot twist, by the way. Because when you're used to the Jeff the Killer storyline, you always think that the inciting incident that burned him was just an accident, you know? It kind of reminded me of, like, American McGee's Alice, you know? Where, like, the cat tripped over the lamp and then set fire to the whole house. But no. It was the reveal that Jeff was never actually right in the head. That Jeff, like, instead of the knife wounds that he had on his body being from the bullies, it was his own doing, you know? Of the lighter and the pyro influences. The whole idea of, like, taking out his entire family. Of Jeff being, like, this quiet, somber, shy kid that contained a darkness within him that was present there even before they even moved out into a new town. Nova says, the twist with Jeff is so fucking cool, and there is an answer on who lived. Pastor just hasn't said. Also, you have a nice reading voice. Thank you, Nova. There wasn't even a reason, he's just evil. Okay, Meredith, I do have some complaints. I do have some little, like, notes for this story. And I think my notes are more based on the... comparing this to the reboot storyline compared to the original. The thing with Jeff the Killer is that, at least to me, in the original stories, it felt like Jeff was a product of bad parenting, you know? It felt that it was somehow tied to untreated mental illness, that it was never actually addressed until it was too late, because the parents were so neglectful, you know? In this one, in this rewrite, there is very little mention of that angle to the story, you know? It focused more on Jeff being this monster that was hiding under the surface all along, right? And that is really cool. That is really cool for a plot twist to the story. That it wasn't anyone else's fault but Jeff's. That he himself made those scars. That's great. But if the mother was more neglectful, like in the reboot storyline, if the father was shown to have been a little bit more, like, had shown to be abusive instead of protective, I think that would have given it the punch to not justify, but at least to explain the origin of Jeff's own psychosis, you know? Because, like, it seemed like the mother and the father were, like, pretty good in this version of the story. Like, it seemed that they were very concerned for their kids. The father went to save Jeff in the fire. The mother was, like, genuinely concerned for Jeff. And it's like, if the parents were good and attentive to their kids, wouldn't this have been noticed a little bit sooner, you know? Bonsi says, well, the whole appeal is that there isn't a clear reason for why Jeff is the way that he is. The unknown factor is what sparks the fear. Yes, true, but I don't mean this in a way that they were, like, straight up abusive to Jeff. Just like they were neglectful. I did like that part of the reboot storyline where, like, Liu was very clearly the only other person that was holding Jeff's sanity together, you know? And when Liu left the storyline, Jeff's internal struggles were brought out into the surface, and then he became the monster that he was. I feel like it would have been stronger if the parents had shown clear neglect for their son. And then, eventually, it is revealed that this monster was there all along, and didn't really care to kill the parents, or didn't really care to cause the fire. And that the only person that he held close was Liu, you know? Jumbis said, that is true, but sometimes people don't think in the same way that normal people do. Jeff could have hated his family for any reason he could have thought up on his own without it being based on reality. True. That is true. I also really like the short little stories at the start of this, like, whole thing. Because we basically got two stories, right? We got the story of the actual Jeff the Killer storyline with, like, Randy and the bullies, and the whole Jeff, like, deciding to kill them. We got that storyline, the one that we all know and love. But we also got this aftermath, where, like, we saw what Jeff the Killer actually did to everyone else, and, like, what his MO was, and, like, him continuing on past the original creepypasta into, like, the lives of everyone else around the town. That's what I really liked. Hey, Shane. Papa, Beetle, Meat, and Wendy Gunnar are gonna sue. I have no idea what that means, but thank you for the $20. Asher says, the Michael Myers angle of he's just like that is great because it's terrifying and you can't rationalize it or give it a reason. That's what I like about this one, though. The scene of Jeff just straight up just, like, disconnecting from reality, letting the mask drop, and showing what he really felt all this time, like, that's amazing. I like this idea of, like, a killer that had been there in plain sight all along, but he was just really good at hiding it. Even to his own family. He was just hiding this version of himself behind, like, shyness and, like, shame. And, like, the whole idea of, like, showing him kindness made him mad, made him angry, because he didn't want to be coddled or treated like a baby by his family. Like, all the pity and all the empathy that was given to this person was completely for naught. Or even then, maybe it was, like, even more dangerous, was non-productive. Because all he took from the empathy and pity that was given to him was essentially mockery. He hated it. I like this idea of, like, you are trying to be a human being with the person that you love, with your own family member. You're trying to, like, support them. You're trying to help them go through this tough time. But all the while, he absolutely hates it. You know? He takes the complete wrong approach and believes that they're just coddling him like a baby, and that they don't really know what is going on with him or what he really feels like, because his feelings are, like, completely inhuman to what a normal person would feel like at the time. Is Just Leo super chats and says, you should read Pen Pal on one of these streams. I'll put that on the list. Thank you, Leo. Jumbis says, it's also kind of funny that Jeff retains a lot of his edgier characteristics from the other versions, since he kills his family because of his teenage angst and not liking when people are nice to him. This takes the teenage angst angle from the original story and shows it for what it really is, a complete disconnection from reality, you know? It shows that all that angst, if it really seriously consumes you, if you show it in any serious capacity, doesn't look badass. It looks crazy. It looks unhinged. It doesn't look like something that will empower you. It will just look inhuman, you know? Sure, maybe a lot of people have teenage angst when they're kids. Like, they think about, like, hating their family, or, like, being done with it all, or, like, obsessed about escaping their current lives and doing something different that nobody really understands them. But it takes a real sadistic motherfucker to actually go through with those feelings. Everyone has feelings, but actually going through with it, actually desiring harm upon your loved ones, and feeling good, and feeling frustrated because you couldn't manage to pull through with it, that is the mark between just an angsty teen and a real monster. Cilium says, oh, if you're taking suggestions, Fisnum, I would recommend It Has No Face, a classic creepypasta and one of my favorites. Yeah. Bonsi says, Jeff is very, very theatrical in this rewrite. I love it. Oh, I had a lot of fun voicing his lines. Like, when he actually came out to Liu, like, that was really fun dialogue. Because he actually explained himself right then and there, and it felt crazy, and it felt unhinged, and it felt so much more potent than any other adaptation that I read on the stream, you know? I can't believe that, like, everyone here is still talking, by the way. I had expected everyone to just leave or fall asleep in the middle of me reading all of this. Thank you. Asher says, Phil, we should read some TTRPG horror stories. Not scary stories, but stories that could go wrong in every way possible. I want to keep this small. I like the cozy feeling of, like, just me reading one story to the chat, or, like, multiple stories that have some kind of, like, unifying thread, like the Jeff the Killer character. Holy shit, it's almost going to be 6 hours of streaming. My throat is probably gonna hurt after this is over. But yes. Sazue says, I got just a tad bit invested. Hell yeah. Thank you. I love this way too much. I paid big attention. Too interesting to leave. Aw, thank you guys. Well, I think it's time for me to end this, then. Thank you so much for staying with me all the way through. And if you're interested in me continuing this series in the future, please let me know your suggestions for creepypastas or anything really. I am mostly, as you know, I'm mostly a horror-focused guy. So if you have anything horror-focused that you would like me to read, let me know, okay? And I'll be, like, considering it for a future chill reading. Thank you for making the stream happen. Thank you. This. Well, I'm gonna be training for some Dead by Daylight right now, because tomorrow I will be taking part of David Barron's Slay Bells charity stream. I won't be streaming it though, because I need to focus on the actual gameplay. So, I will just be playing around. Maybe David will stream it on Twitch, maybe? So if you want to catch me there, go to David's channel tomorrow. And donate if you're interested in helping a good cause. Ver the Creeper says, do you think Jeff could work as a legitimate slasher villain with a film adaptation or even as a DBD character? I'm pretty sure that there's already a, like killer in DBD that would have a really good Jeff the Killer skin. I think his name is Legion. Legion would probably have a killer Dead by Daylight Jeff the Killer skin, you know? As for if he could be a legitimate slasher villain, hey, if Slenderman can, I don't see why he couldn't. Maybe the original story? Not really, you know, because it's like a little bit of a weird teenage power fantasy. But maybe their own interpretation of it could work. Oh well. Thank you so much for your time. It's been great. Hopefully you liked me basically just ranting to you about these old creepypasta stories. Hopefully you felt a little bit more relaxed than usual. And I'll see you later for another round of drinks at the Toxic Lounge. Bye-bye.